Basically, people believe it's worth 100,000 a coin, but it's physically it is nothing. It's a bunch of computers solving um, uh, crypto puzzles and things. Is all it is.
Yeah.
But as Ronin had put out in the chat, what if an EMP goes off? There is no more. There's no more internet.
Damn thing.
Yeah.
But even beyond the actual EMP, let's just say we keep it to where it is. Look, you said you don't like playing obsolescence with consumerism. When you allegedly said that Apple comes out with updates, not you personally, that shortens the battery life of your phone, forcing you to buy another phone. People always talk about that in the consumer market. Man, they make these products not to last. They create them so you have to buy another one. And it's like, okay. But then you go buy a currency that it was programmed to be a limited supply. So it's not like gold. Gold is a naturally restricted element. You feel me? Like it has a process, a scientific biological process in order for it to be created in itself as a natural mineral. Somebody was just on the computer and was just like, limited supply. And you don't even know who did it actually. So y'all don't even know who created the goddamn thing. And he just put it in there, or she, whoever it was, put something in and was just like, wait, hold on, let me keep it. They might be binary, so we don't know their gender. And then they just put into the computer.
Not the binaries.
A limited supply, like do-do-do-do. And that was it. Now you run around saying, hey man, it's a limited supply. Yeah, it's like, what the heck?
Scosis over here being PC.
PC, you know what I'm saying? Well, no, technically, we don't know who goddamn created the goddamn thing. I know they got this Asian guy named blank, blank, blank. And it's like, bro, if I came to you and said, I don't know who built this house, you'd be all up in my business talking about, well, I need to go find the builders. You need a social security and its fingerprints. So
yeah, this building falls down on my ass. Who am I going to hold liable?
Exactly.
But to be honest with you, obstacles, I mean, I would tell people to look at, just look at a country like Afghanistan when the Taliban took over. Their Afghani, it became worthless overnight. I mean, I think it still had some kind of value, but I mean, it was plummeting and it was going down. You couldn't, it took a lot more to go to the grocery store and buy groceries. What happened was the people that were landowners, for the most part, they did okay. The people that were farmers in the fields, they did okay. It was the people in the cities that didn't have land. They didn't have cattle. They didn't have corn.
And that's
they were the ones
every time
that were
there's a
struggling.
major catastrophe, all the freaking grocery stores are empty. And so when you look at, I used to be a prepper back in the day. I still have a prepper mindset. If you look at any kind of disaster type of movie and everything else, what happens? The city goes awry. The strongest of the fittest start to happen. The gangs get together and they group up and they take everything out of the stores they can possibly carry and then some. Then they go house to house and take all their resources until it's only the strong against the strong. Then once that's happened, it propagates itself out into the countryside. But guess what? Most of the people in the countryside that are preppers already are armed to the teeth and ready for you to come on their property so they can light your ass up. They're not like city folks. That's why city folks will only go into the grocery stores when there's a hurricane, there's a snowstorm. Next thing you know, the shelves are empty. And all of a sudden, for some reason, toilet paper is a necessity. Goddamn. They empty the shelves of toilet paper. I mean, is that many people shitting during the fucking hurricanes and shit?
I gotta be honest.
Main necessity. I never understood why toilet paper is the first thing to fucking go off the shelf.
I gotta be honest with you, man. So when COVID happened, I ain't gonna lie, I got into a prep mindset. I went to the store. It was right after Japan had botched it with the cruise ship. I already knew when they fucked up. I already knew what was going to happen. So I ran to the grocery store, spent all my money on all I could. Literally, I mean, man, I had carts and carts full of shit. So I bought so many canned goods. I bought so much meat, everything. I bought everything but toilet paper because I did not see that shit coming. I'm like, you can't eat toilet paper.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that was still an okay thing to do, because it was an unknown for everybody besides people online thinking that they knew everything. But net, it was still a good thing for you to do. But one of the things I wanted to kind of talk, no, the other stuff that he bought.
Yeah, the food.
But what?
Yeah, the canned
the
goods,
food.
the meats.
Because I mean,
But
you can take
going back-
a lesson off of the Asian brothers and just go wash your ass real quick. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
Toilet paper.
What was it? Going back to the actual, currency,
Right.
Net, things that are said, especially about the USD in particular, like, oh, it's a fiat currency. Again, guys, we have the largest gold reserve. And again, we are the new gold in the world. So if you're an American, you should be happy about that. And China would do it too if they were the dominant power. Russia would do it too if they were the dominant power. So we're not the only ones who would do it, right? You think China would be like, no, you know what? Let's make everybody else's currency more powerful and a global reserve currency. No, they wouldn't. They would make their own currency, the global world currency, like all nations have done in the past, and China has done in its region in its past. So net, at the end of the day, we have the most dominant currency, right? We have it backed by GDP that's one of the highest in all of human history. And so this is the reason why the USD is still powerful, never mind the military and everything else that comes with it. Like, again, we can't stick to gold if the global marketplace reached 40 trillion. We still can't base currency supplies on a limited supply just like gold. Gold is utilized in the past because we never had economies more than $1 trillion. So we could connect it to such limited resources. But now at a certain point, the market was just growing, far surpassing what we have ever seen. And of course, in America, we have some of the most advanced financial marketplaces. So as far as our currency and our net worth goes, we have an entire portfolio that people are failing to look at and examine. They're just saying, hey, man, in 1913, this happened with Nixon. And it's like, yeah, he said gold reserve and other reserve assets. So there were a couple things underpinning, not only gold. So again, even when people are telling you stories, they're telling you half of the story, and then there's not this other thing in particular. And as I said, Bitcoin did a great marketing. They put gold on the coin, but they ain't got no reserve of gold. So what are they talking about?
Right. Like
That's
I said earlier, the biggest resource you can possibly be is your own resource. Be knowledgeable in things like auto mechanics and electrical. Those things are going to be assets when everything else goes out and everything goes dark. People that know how to generate creature comforts and can provide safety and security are the assets that people are going to be looking for in the community. You know, I taught my son went out after he dropped out of college. He went and learned how to do iron work. He knew how to do a whole bunch of different like resource type skills. So if something was to happen, he has resources and skills himself that can contribute to an overall community when there is no barter system. They're looking for skill sets to add to a community first, to make that community stronger than the next competing community next to them. In case there's no peace, you still need to be the strongest faction in an area. If you don't have those resources, those engineers, those people that are good with, you know, reacclimating different things to reuse them in something else, you know, building solar panels or building like electrical instruments in order to be productive within that community, then you're going to go by the wayside really quick because nobody's feeding you for free. And food becomes a commodity, like you were talking about. Everything becomes a commodity. If you ain't grown it yet, you don't know how to farm. You don't know how to grow. They're going to look for people that know how to farm. You know, they're going to look for cultivators. They're going to look for those resources. And it's not going to be in a city. So if you're in a city, you're screwed. If you don't get out the city within the first 24 to 48 hours, you're screwed. Literally.
Yeah. So
I mean,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick, like I said, this again, Afghanistan. I mean, there was a guy he was on CNN. He sold his daughter to some 55-year-old guy
That's crazy.
for $10,000. Yeah.
What was the $10,000 going to do for him? Well,
I mean, again, he had no money. He had a daughter and some rich, some Afghani that had U.S. dollar. Say, hey, I'll take, I offered 10 grand for his daughter. It was how he was able to put food on the table. He said, according to seeing it when Clarissa Ward interviewed him, he said, I can't afford to feed my family.
Wow.
Yeah, and you could Google it. Just go on Google and 10-year-old Afghan girl sold for $10,000.
Biggest financial scam called Bitcoin. Yeah. I mean, I have never in my life in financial planning and insurance and things that I did in my career advised anybody to buy any kind of digital currency. Even the little digital photos and stuff they were selling for a while, the NTPs or NTAs, whatever the hell they were called.
NFTs.
NFTs.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
I remember those. I remember those.
That not even something that a man made, kind of like picture, photo, a painting where there's a one-off, a digital photo that could be actually reproduced multiple times. You're gonna pay X amount of dollars for it? Are you fucking nuts?
Well, that was the thing with those NFTs. So once you get it certified, right? There's only that one.
It's a digital image.
Right, but it's not certified. So once the system verifies, oh, this is not, this is a fake, that replication is worthless. That's the idea behind it. Basically, it's issued like a certificate saying, hey, this is authentic. So let's say you had NFT, I don't know, a Prince ticket from one of Prince's concerts from way back in the day, right? And you decided to scan it, you got it certified, verified this is a legitimate Prince ticket from his concert back in 1984. Yes, somebody could replicate it, but the system's going to look for that certificate, and when it doesn't see that, it's going to say, oh, this isn't it, this is just a copy.
Yeah.
That was the basic premise of it. I know it sounds crazy. I never got into NFTs myself because to me,
I mean, JM actually tells the story of Bitcoin in this little comment here, and it's absolutely true. And how Bitcoin first got its worth, it was for selling pizzas. Bitcoin got its first valuation based on the fact that they sold a stack of pieces to the programmers that were coming up with Bitcoin, and for that exchange, they were given a Bitcoin for the pizzas.
Mm-hmm.
That's how that started. Get the hell out of here. Really?
Yeah.
A digital media traded for a tangible item like pizza, which was consumable and gone. Now you got a digital currency that has no stability, no tangible, that's the hardest thing in sales. Let me tell you, I've been in sales for 40 years. The hardest thing to sell is an intangible item. The hardest thing to sell for us was insurance, life insurance, health insurance. Those are intangible things. You can't touch, taste, or feel it. The only time that you ever get to actually have an evaluation of what it truly is worth is when either somebody dies or somebody gets sick. Other than that, you're trying to tell them all these benefits that you need this for and why you need it. But at the end of the day, it's still intangible to the person unless he's experiencing the issue that he needs the item for. You will never self-realize Bitcoin as something you need. That's why you can lose it and gain it whenever it wants. There is no tangible loss. It's in here. It's like gambling online. You can gamble online a lot easier because you don't really have the loss of seeing coins or money leave the table like if you were in a casino.
Yep. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. It's one of those things that, and that's how society can easily. Like when they came out with, just say the debit card, for example, it's just a piece of plastic. So when you go to pay for your stuff, right, you'll notice a difference between if you pay cash and you use your debit card or a credit card. Okay, with cash, you're actually losing something. Your wallet is not as bulging anymore. It's not as heavy. You get this feeling of loss. But when you use your debit card, you take it out of your wallet, you tap or swipe or insert or whatever, then you put it back in your wallet. You don't feel like you lost anything.
Exactly the
And
point of online sales. Online,
yep.
Walmart, all of those stores, they went online for a reason, because it's easier, convenient, and you don't feel the pain of having to reach in your wallet, pull out a card or cash, and actually hand that money, which means there's a loss, a tangible loss from you to the owner of the store or whoever is taking the money.
And that's why casinos went to basically gift certificates. Remember back in the day, you had your little bucket of coins, of tokens and coins,
turn it into a little piece of paper real quick so you can.
Yep. That's exactly why they did that. So that way you never felt like you were losing. You start out with this big ass full bucket, and then by the end of the night, that bucket, gets smaller and smaller. You're like, fuck, I need to quit,
but
man.
You got your winner's ticket that might even be $3, but you started off with maybe $100 in coins. You're still touching something, little piece of paper.
Yep.
What you doing over there, Obstacles? I see you
No.
over there.
No. I was letting you gentlemen have that conversation back and forth and then back and forth. But again, the premise still, look, guys, do what everybody's out here doing, whatever. And as we saw earlier, unless somebody making money, so how could it be a scam? I mean, people make money in a scam, more people lose, but a scam is just based off of it being a scam. But that's the statement he said. He also said speculation, and also we could be wrong. But at the end of the day, we're just having a conversation because we might understand things like cash flow, revenues, assets, things of this nature that usually backs particular assets or investments. And so when we say, well, it's not making any money, or, well, it doesn't have any assets, there's no fundamentals to it, just these things that are obviously we're seeing are movable points. 1 minute it's lack of government regulation. Next minute we're celebrating government regulation because it means that it's legitimate. People are all over the place with it. And I find that to be very interesting because those people are now making money, so they're willing to say anything, which shows that greed affects us all. It could affect you, the guy with money, the guy with no money, but we always kind of have a narrative of, oh, it's those guys up there. Right? They'll do that to us, but we would never do something like that. No, you will. Right? If you make a little change, you start acting different. Shout out to JM. He says, is it still smart to invest in gold?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It still has value. Absolutely.
Yeah, but
let me touch on the thing where he was talking about with decentralized versus centralized. I don't know if they understand that situation.
Go ahead.
Decentralized, when it came to Bitcoin, the biggest bragging point with Bitcoin was it was decentralized. What that means is basically the banks had no control over it. Governments had no control over it. It was the wild, wild west. It could grow as much as they wanted. It was non-taxable because it wasn't an actual currency in any one country's markers, whether it be American dollars, any kind of foreign dollars. It was a whole new media that was decentralized from banking and government. Now, when it started to grow and it started to take off, banks are sitting here like, hey, we're missing out on being able to gain interest points on this. The government's like, hey, we're missing out on being able to tax these people that are growing this intangible money, this thing that you can't touch, taste, or feel. So let's centralize it now. Let's get it under control and start taxing people on their gains as if it's an investment. And so that's why they started taking it from decentralized to centralized control so that they could tax you on this imaginary fucking money. that's not there, but the banks want to take advantage, and so do the governments want to take advantage of this. What used to be non-taxable fantasy money. Go ahead.
Fact. And the government's got the ultimate trump card at the end of the day, guys. If you ever thought, I don't know what revolutionaries you guys mostly think you are, but the government can ban whatever. China banned a Bitcoin many times and will ban Bitcoin eventually when they get their CBDC running. Once that happens, they'll just ban it. There's no way. You guys, again, y'all never think about national security and how to manage a nation because probably you're just an average person who doesn't think about such things, nor have hands-on experience with such things. But there's no way that a whole country is going to base something on Bitcoin where the owners of those Bitcoins are anonymous and those individuals, by proxy of their control over how much coins they own, controls the money supply of the United States of America.
And global
or China.
Economy, period.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
Like, what? You just control the money supply in the United States. So the dollar's just worthless now. And Bitcoin really rules the money, right? The Fed is now null and void because all the money comes from Bitcoin because that's what controls the whole money supply in this country. Heck no. You're a competing entity and they got the ultimate trump card. The military and everything else, CIA and etc. So at the end of the day, it's going to go down the way they say it's going to go down. Because again, even people who are on the internet, you guys don't even have control of the internet. That's the funny part. Like, your coins are on the internet. The internet is owned most part by the government. So what you talking? At the end of the day, I get it. You made some money. Yeah, your pockets got a little thick, all right? That's cool. Congratulations, right? But there's other assets and other things to invest in, right, that are out there in the market. Maybe real estate. It's about 300 trillion plus. You know, that's a little bit number in comparison to Bitcoin, right? But stock, bonds, there's just other things. Go sit down with a financial planner and get that joint sorted out. That's not hard to tell. RT, we are open panel. Link is pinned in the chat. No, I was just saying what you were saying.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking down chatting.
No. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, here we go. We got Buck Travel in the building. What's going on, Buck?
Buck, you might
Buck,
be muted.
you locked in?
I can't see if he's muted or not.
Yeah, he's muted.
Yeah, he's muted.
Maybe he's doing something. So whenever you're ready, Buck, you could come up and say something.
Yeah.
Other than that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with some of the. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go.
So I agree with the points you made about cryptocurrencies, man. Some cryptocurrency is a scam. You know, it's like when you ask your everyday average cryptocurrency investor, what is cryptocurrency? They can't even articulate what it is, you know? And it's like, why invest that in something that is very volatile? Like Bitcoin is right now is at 95K. At any given moment, it can go down to 35K, 90% drop, 100% drop, you know? Which is why I'm more invested in the stock market, at least in the stock market.
In 2021, it dropped from 56 to 25. It took a 50% hit.
It took a 50%
around February
hit.
of 2021.
So
because that's
with the
when I
stock
was
market, at least you are invested in individual companies. Like if
Which
the
are
company's
tangible
doing
items.
which if the company's doing great, the stock market, that stock price is going to go up for the most part. If they're beating on revenue, if they're beating on earnings, like by significant lot, then the stock is going to take into a effect of that. Now, if the company's not doing good, like let's say if the net profit is not meeting expectation, then they might get booted from the Fortune, the SP 500. So it's like
or any exchange that they're on.
Or any exchange they're on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like at least with the stocks, you know, you see
There
where
are
the company
people that are
is
doing individual evaluations. They're doing
exactly
independent
all that shit,
evaluations to make sure people aren't cooking the
and
books.
also
There's all kind of
potential,
background stuff on that.
and also potential. You're investing in the potential. You see what is going on. Like right now, for example, Tesla is expected to release their what is it? Their
Their
iRobots thing.
iPhone. Oh, okay.
The robots thing. So
I didn't
that's
know
going to
about
be
that.
huge. That's going to be a huge catalyst. If you're an investor, that's going to be a huge catalyst because Elon Musk said he's going to produce like 8 billion of them, and each one costs him 25K. So you see, investors are looking at that and saying, "Man, this is a great investment opportunity." Okay, I'm going to invest in this company 10 years out, 15 years out. With cryptocurrency, you don't even know. It's like they don't. It's not. It's intangible. You know. It's like you don't even know what's going on with it. It's like
Mhm.
people are just buying into the hype, and I hate to say it, but people from the minority community are just buying up into it. It's like I hear it from everyday people that go to the gym. Hey, you heard about cryptocurrency? What about Bitcoin? I'm like, bro, this is the biggest scam. You know, that's what I was talking about, the robot thing.
Mhm.
That robot, this is a very huge catalyst. If Elon Musk and Tesla, if they really come through with this, I feel like this is gonna be the biggest catalyst, and this is gonna even drive up the stock price of Tesla even higher. You know, because
Yeah,
right
you
now
guys got to look
Tesla,
up the phone, the iPhone, their new phone that's just going to be coming out. It's supposed to be this month, but I
look,
don't know
there's
if
a
they're still going to
phone. There's
release
a
it.
phone.
Their iPhone Pi. I mean, they don't. It's not called the iPhone. It's called the phone Pi, the Tesla Pi, Pi. And when they
I
release
was
that, it's going to have international Wi-Fi, and it will be able to connect to his
Starlink thing.
Starlink system.
Yes. I mean,
So I was
that's
trying to buy it before I left the States. I was hoping it would be released before then because he's keeping the price under $300.
exactly. And it's like you see, investors are looking at this to see they're looking at the potential. They're seeing what the company's doing, and that gives them hope. Where cryptocurrencies, you don't even know what's going on. Like right now, give me one Darnell, one good reason why I should invest in Bitcoin.
Oh, it's going up in the market.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I can't do that, and the reason I can't do that is because I don't believe, I really don't believe in it myself. I never did. You know,
But the whole point of it being decentralized, like a terrorist squad or whatever. Pause. I didn't need to say that over the line, but it's like independent cell.
Mm-hmm.
You got all these computers that compute and ones and zeros and all that on the evaluation of the trades and who owns what and all these line items of tracking. There's no one spokesperson for the whole freaking thing. No one person controls it because it's so decentralized between all the servers all over the world and server farms. No one person can speak up for it. Sound familiar? Like kind of like Passport Bros?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And this is the thing I've been kind of showing in the background. Like a lot of companies have massive amounts of tangibles, right? Like
Right.
if you look at a company and you see that they could do stuff like this, right? And I'll fast forward into the part where, you know, a rocket comes back down to Earth and lands back in the actual launching pad, right? That is an investment to be made, possibly for an individual. One of the
Right.
things, well, you know, people will say, well, you know, other companies or stocks crash. Yeah, that is true. I'll give you an example. Prior to the pandemic, Boeing was worth like 300s, around the 300s, but 324 per share. During the pandemic, it went all the way down to $95. Right? That's more than 50%
Insurance
decline
guy,
right
we are
there
an
in
open
itself.
panel. If you'd like to hit the link, you sure can come up. And since you're an insurance guy, if you look at the things behind me, so am I. So if you're saying that we're clowns, I'd like to hear why we're clowns.
Oh,
So come on
insurance
up.
guy. You know that. No, that dude ain't gonna come up. But come up here, like he said, if you want to have your voice heard. But as you can see, it declined by 70%, right? Now, for me at that time, I was like, come on, it's Boeing. They're not going out of business. But why? Because it's not because something happened and nobody can predict it. Of course, the world shut down. There was no more traveling. A lot of companies that ordered Boeing, airplanes were not. They canceled their orders. So a lot of people were canceling orders. So hence the price went down. But that makes sense. You can't tell me why it went down on Bitcoin 50%. And so again, because they have revenue, because orders were canceled. So all these fundamentals come into play with a stock price that does not necessarily play out the same way when you're dealing with crypto.
And I would like to add another thing that made Boeing go down is that that Ethiopian Airlines crash. They were using a 737 Air Max. 737
exactly.
So that's the crash happened, and that made the whole stock plummeted like 20%. Then on top of that, pandemic happened. That even dipped it like 50% down. So it's like a category. So you see, there's a category where Bitcoin, you can't even explain why it's going down. You know?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Can't. There's no like sometimes you'll just go up 100%, and you be like, what the hell is going on? Sometimes it'll be down like 30%, and you be like, what the hell is going on? Where with the stocks, like let's just say they beat earnings, they beat expectations, revenue beat, net profit beat, and the stock is going to go up because of that for the most part, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you're invested in the company. It's like you're an owner of the company, so you can actually you actually have a voting rights. You guys know that you get shareholders have the ability to vote.
Yeah. They can vote on different things going on with
different things. Yeah, you can fire the CEO if you want. You can hire board of directors, depending on. And I'm saying it's like this was for somebody who got like a significant amount. You know.
So and look, guys, this is what you always got to be familiar with. See, this is what I do all the time. I kind of tend to look at macros. A lot of people could be micro with their approach to the market, right? So if we're looking at NVIDIA alone, which is about $3.3 trillion, that's double of what Bitcoin is, period. Its market cap is doubled, right? And so its gain over the a certain time period has been 300,000%. 300,000%. Now here comes new money walking into the block, right? Meaning Bitcoin, and over its lifespan is only 20,000% increase. But remember, the market's only about 1.2, 1.3 trillion in Bitcoin alone. There's other alt currencies, but we're just focused on Bitcoin, right? And so net, someone doesn't understand that difference. They're like, oh, man, look at the return. Bro, there's returns in the market everywhere. You're looking at one company. You're looking at one thing. And I would say one speculative thing, because it's Bitcoin, but you could look at other stocks that have tremendous growth potential, and it's already grown that far surpasses the returns in Bitcoin. Just because their caps are larger, their markets are larger, it's an entirely different market. Even Optimus alone, it has a TAM of 80 trillion. So it's like people are in those industries and creating out that much wealth. But here we are, arguing and back and forth, whether something that just came, created by nobody who knows nothing, is more valuable. And now, again, chat, the link's in there. This is funny too. People who advocate it don't just want to come up and share their opinion. It's nothing wrong, right? We could be wrong. All right, cool. But speak your point. But no. What is it called? The infrastructure is being threatened every day by these extreme groups, real life kids being stolen every day. Okay. And Christopher says, is Bitcoin not valuable as a method to send money from one country to another as fast rate versus old-fashioned wiring money? Also, El Salvador has Bitcoin as one of its currency. Yes, Salvador does. Salvador just found a large, gold reserve also that they're going to be focusing on. But at the end of the day, I mean, we got crazy money in America. I think you guys don't understand. We don't have to take a speculative bet on a currency like Salvador does. They're in an entirely different situation. Insurance guy says, stop being salty. It's not salty. We're just
I
having
think that's a troll.
conversation.
He's saying salty because we missed out on the opportunity in 2017 in order to invest when it was like $1,800 a coin. Now, you're looking at what, 7 years later, and it's up to 100,000 potentially, which is still BS.
Well, there's one thing that.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish out these chats and then y'all got it. Blue Hawk 80 says, so Bitcoin is mined by ASIC miners, not created like fiat currency, but it's a scam? How? So you guys believe in the almighty dollar? Yes, a majority of the world does. And that's used as a weapon all over the world? Bruh, I gotta save this. Well, look, hey, come onto the panel, Blue Hawk, and let your voice be heard. It's an open panel. So drop the link. I don't know if he's on the Ronin side, and then I'll drop mine
in my
again.
Chat, pinned to the top, but I can.
And there you go. Just come up. It's cool. It's cool, bro. Make your point. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. RT is going back at the big homie, the insurance guy. He says, tell us we don't know when it comes to cyber attacks to major infrastructure to financial institutions, I'm sure. JM says the price goes up and down based on the algorithms and the compute resources used to solve these algorithms. The higher price, the more difficult to solve the algorithms. Drew says, I love Bitcoin. I'm all in. And he says, oh, I will, but I'm at work. Give me 25 minutes. Okay, we'll see you in 25 minutes, Drew. And then Christopher ends it out with, I think the meme coins are like telling people to buy random land projects in the middle of nowhere. Some will have value, but most will be worthless with nothing around them.
Okay. Yeah, and I would like to say this, like in terms of the stocks, I'm not a financial advisor, so you always gotta say this because you never know who's watching. And they can sue. They might invest. So it's like with the stocks, at least you can invest in an index fund. Like if you're happy with being diversified, index fund works. Sometimes investing in bonds. Bonds is one of the safest assets you can invest in, and it'll give you like a 6% return. It's like it's going to beat inflation. Inflation comes out to be on average like
investments. It's not sexy investments.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not sexy.
It's not. Okay, let me just say this: bonds is for somebody who wants to preserve their wealth.
Exactly.
Like let's just say you want to diversify, and you want to preserve your wealth. Then so be it. But if you're up and coming, you kind of want you kind of want to, if you're young and up and coming, you kind of want to take risk.
Some high risk. You want to take some high risk great return type of investments. But as you get older, like I advise my clients, you should be turning down your investment portfolio to prepare for retirement. You don't want to take any major hits right before you retire. I'm talking 10 years out.
Yeah, and I did that, bro. It's like I think I invested in a stock 4 years ago. I went all in. And now I'm up like a couple $100,000, and it's like I took a huge risk because like every time I was buying the dip, every time when I was dollar cost averaging, and it's like I took a huge risk. I could have lost all my money. And it's like you see, the more you see, so there's a risk where if I did like an index fund,
it is
I only got like a measly 15 to 20% return, on average. Or like 10%, historically, but it's like,
Yeah, no doubt. And I think also, wait, go ahead. What are you gonna say, Donnell? Go.
The only thing I wanted to say, a couple things, but when you mentioned about bonds, the only thing you got to be careful about when it comes to bonds, I typically frown on bonds, and the reason I say that is if you look at the historical rate on inflation, and I've seen data going back to all the way back to when the government started keeping those statistics back in the 1920s. So going back 100 years, basically inflation averages about 3% year over year. That includes when we had deflation during the Great Depression era. That includes the high inflation that we had in the Roaring 20s, the high inflation, the stagflation days of the late 70s, early 80s, the financial crisis in 08. That includes everything. On average, it returns 3%, or excuse me, inflation is on average is 3% year over year. Now, when it comes to bonds, you got to remember a lot of times it barely keeps up with inflation. So if you look at, say, the 10-year Treasury right now its yield is just slightly above 4%. Okay, so you got to remember, if inflation is 3%, that means your actual return is only 1%. So it's not very big, and typically bonds don't really. You're right. You preserve capital, but you're really not making anything unless you have a high inflationary. So, like, if anybody remembers Paul Volcker, late 70s, early 80s, he was chairman of the Federal Reserve. He raised interest rates through the roof because inflation was high. So he raised interest rates to try to kill inflation. They called it a Volcker shock. That was the only time where bonds were, like, literally you were getting like 20% returns on I don't know, I wasn't around at that time, but you were getting huge returns on bonds. So when it comes to bonds, you got to be careful.
Well, I'd like to do it. Hold on, Buck, real quick. I like to do this. Look, Americans are broke, and every investor is different. So for me, I'm not even like I invest in this particular. Listen, it all depends about you as an individual person. Some people are not prone to risk. So bonds, it's completely fine. If somebody did bonds for 30 years and the majority was bonds, they'll be okay. They'll actually be sitting very well. So we could put all things. Wait, hold on. Listen. Americans are broke. They have no money. There's so many different type of investors. Some want to take risk extremely low. Some want higher risk, mid-level risk. It all depends. You have to sit down with individuals. So what I'm saying is, stocks, bonds, real estate, guys, go get it. I don't care if you got bonds only. I don't care if you got CDs. I don't care if you got freaking savings accounts that pay you back small rates. You need to do something, because what you're doing now is nothing. So for me to talk you into high, it's not only that. Viewers are going to be wanting to take high risk or low risk. Some will start out with low risk and then see the returns and say, okay, now I can get high after they change their behaviors and habits. It don't matter. What we like to do, what we like to do is come up here and intellectually masturbate and going back and forth about what's better and what's not better. Listen, it doesn't matter. It all depends on the investor at the end of the day. These people need all of it as an option. So I don't care if it's bonds, if it's something, do your research, and every individual will come into what they figure out, what their philosophy is, and the lifestyle that they want to build out. And then that's the best way to go about it, because I'm telling you, Americans hurting. They don't know how to do anything. And then what they hear is, well, I was considering bonds, but I heard a guy say, don't do bonds. It's like, man, you need to do something. CD, bonds, stocks, real estate, that's options, go.
Well,
try to sell artwork, just don't do that yet. But everything else, go ahead and get into it. Because these dudes are hurting. Now Chinese or whether the Asians are doing good. Hold on, I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna let you go, Buck. Hold on, Buck. Are you hearing me? I'm gonna let you go real quick. Let me just read this chat and then you got it. All right. Let's go here. And then you got it after that, Buck. I think the meme coins, I don't know if I read this, but Christopher says, I think the meme coins are like telling people to buy random. No, I did read that. JM says, I diversified my portfolio. So shout outs for you. Christopher also says, investing a small percentage of my money in the top 2 to 3 cryptos is okay. And if you have most of your money sitting in stocks and real estate, but many people are throwing all of their little savings into crypto. Facts. Okay, and then Jay Clyde says, salute to you also. Christopher follows up, and we hear about folks that get rich quick from crypto, but never hear the stories about people putting their life savings in the crypto that lose everything. Facts on the city. Facts. And that's what RT said. And then Blue Hawk, hopefully you can come up here pretty soon, but okay. And when you guys get an opportunity to look up BlackRock, they have 11.5 trillion under management. And so the ETF is the largest ever, brothers. Can't be left in the cold. Show yourself approved study. And then followed by Drew. He says, LOL, intellectual master bat. And then another classic line from O2O, ambiguous big booty Latinos is another thing that gets brother clipped up. That's what Buck Travel loves. Go ahead. You got it, Buck.
I sure do, man. I sure do. I had some last week, so man.
What were you
Let
going to
me
say,
just say
though?
this. I was gonna say I definitely agree with you 100%. Like 60% of Americans don't even have $1,000 for emergency fund, and that is
Yep.
crazy. They're one missed payment or paycheck away from being out in the streets with no money, with being homeless. And most Americans right now are in credit card debt. They got to keep using the credit card, to pay for that emergency fund. And it's like most people are just buying items, expenses, racking up expenses, keeping up with the Jones. They're not saving, they're not investing. That leaves the other 40% of the population, tied to the wealth of real estate, the stock market, bonds, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like I always say this is like get the, as you said, get the W, win. Go ahead, Darnell.
Yeah. So the only thing I just want to say, like, I mean, we can sit up here, we can talk, we can argue with people online, all day, right? But the proof is always in the pudding. So, one of the things, if obstacles, if you wouldn't mind, if you could pull up a interest calculator for me, and if you could pull it up, put it on the big screen. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I like numbers. Let's show some numbers here. We know. I mean, would anybody disagree with me that inflation, on average, I know it's a little higher now, but keep in mind it fluctuates. But would anybody disagree with me that inflation goes up every year on average 3% year over year? Would anybody disagree with that statement?
No.
There's inflation.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. And it goes up 3%. So we'll take that number, 3%. Okay. Now you factor in bonds, like the I believe the history of U.S. Treasuries. I believe on average a 10-year note returns about 5%, roughly. Something to that effect. I'd have to look that one up. But if you look at the historical, right now it's around its historical. I think it's just slightly below its historical average. But right now the 10-year Treasury is trading just above 4% yield. Okay, so if you were to pull up an interest-bearing calculator, you see what you at 1% year over year. What you're going to see is, like I said, a 1% growth rate. It's going to be tiny. You're barely. The goal is always to beat inflation, and you want to beat inflation by the most. And what are the assets, with the exception of Bitcoin? And I'll get to Bitcoin in a minute. With the exception of Bitcoin, what beats inflation, the best product that beats inflation is the S&P 500. Okay, so you buy an index fund that the S&P 500 typically returns year over year 12%. So you subtract inflation, which is 3%, that's growth of 9% year over year. Real estate typically goes up about 7%.
I love when I teach somebody something and they turn around and throw it at everybody else. I just came across this by accident.
Yeah, no. Wait, but D, I get your point. But what you're not, well, what I'm attempting to try to translate over here is everybody's different. We hear about a high return, a higher return, yes, but there's phases to an investor. So an individual can just start at bonds because they're scared, and that's legitimate. So they start at bonds, it's super conservative. You're like, well, the S&P 500. They're like, no, I'm just going to start with the bonds. They're a little bit less risky. That's okay. Is it like
just get them
later on they could turn into stocks?
One step at a time.
Yeah, exactly. One step at a time. So if the first step is S&P, congratulations. If the first step is bonds, congratulations. You know, they won't come out the gate beating inflation by 5% because they're at the S&P 500, but they beat inflation because they came out in bonds. I'll take both of them. It's better than where we're at now, where nobody even has $1,000 saved up, period. It's better where we're at now, right? Where Asian Americans are killing it. So it's not an American thing. It's particular demographics in America that are underperforming for their own reasons. But Asian Americans are killing it. They're not complaining. They're financially literate. So America is actualizing the dream for them. And so even people like, and this is going to get RT, but even people like Dave Ramsey, I'm not even against Dave Ramsey because most of the population needs debt solution problems, right? And so he's good for a certain part. And then you evolve from Dave Ramsey and then maybe listen to people like RT, or maybe you lift RT from the back and listen to 2% of what Dave Ramsey say. We need this information because what we have is more information in consumerism, more information in just derogatory nonsense versus financial information. And so all of it is good for the populace because they need access to it, because the populace has a demographic of all sorts of individuals that want to do certain particular things at certain particular times because personally they're scared of the risk. And that's okay.
Well, that's I'm done. You sure? I was looking to move on to this bench and get a barbell. You sure you done with that bench over there? Yeah. Okay, I'll move over there.
He up in the gym working out, trying to have a conversation. Oh yeah,
no, right?
Yeah, he doing double work, right? Working out in the gym and working out with his financial literacy. Go ahead. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, I understand.
Go ahead.
I understand your point, obstacles, and you're right. You know, it's better to invest in something than to sit up there. You know, say invest in a damn Jordan collection. You know, or whatever. You know.
Hey, those shoes have value.
Hey. There's only one Jordan. There's only one Jordan. Limited supply.
Hey, if that's your thing, but the thing is with most products though that you buy, and you use cars are the prime example. Most things, they always depreciate in value. Okay. Let's take cars for example. On average, I would say it's about buy your standard quad cab truck is about a $60,000 truck today.
It depends on what it's loaded with nowadays.
Let's just take the standard trim. Standard trim. Let's call it 60,000. Okay. Then you the thing is, over the course of time, after about 10 years, we'll keep in mind it's depreciating during that 10-year period. But after about 10 years, the truck's value falls 80%. So that $60,000 truck becomes a $12,000 truck. Now keep in mind, and
driving off the lot, a vehicle takes a hit as far as
yes, it takes about 10 to 20% somewhere in there immediately after driving off the lot. But the thing is, it continues to take a hit for 10 years. And it just keeps going down and down until finally it's only worth about 20% of what its original price was. Which in this scenario would be approximately $12,000. Now, keep in mind, most Americans are financing that truck, so instead they're not paying $60,000 for that truck. That $60,000 truck becomes, say, an $80,000 truck. So now you're even doubly screwed. Interest is working against you. But I mean, I do agree with you that if bonds, bonds do a lot better than say buying Jordans or buying trucks or whatever have you. So I do agree on that particular standpoint. But the only thing I'm saying is, especially if you're young, you want to invest definitely heavily into the S&P 500. It has the best track record of any investment vehicle, including Bitcoin. And the reason I say that, even though Bitcoin, yes, it's a high flyer and on paper it returns better, but you got to remember Bitcoin is brand new. It doesn't have a proven track record as the S&P 500. The S&P 500 has been around since the 1950s. The Dow.
Nobody care, bro. You just jealous because you didn't get into Bitcoin early. That's all it is. Just say that.
Hey, you know, and there's something to be said about that. I remember when Bitcoin hit 1,000 for the first time. I was about to get into it. I was in Iraq. You know, people were telling me about Bitcoin. I was looking into it.
That's a shoulda, woulda, coulda, but you didn't. You know, just like everybody that runs across a military guy. Oh, I was going to join the military, but then this happened.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
Then my girl, you know, I love.
Well, you have to. Yeah, but the thing is that you had the Mount Gox hack, and that scared the shit out of me. Money literally magically disappeared. It magically but money disappearing overnight in a poof of smoke.
Yeah.
Usually there's a paper trail. You know, even when a bank.
Wait, hold on real quick. Hold on. We understand you were scared. But Strictly Travel says, I'm a conservative investor, foreign bonds, real estate, and commodities. And he got the luxury car. So he got the Lamborghini. Shout outs to, so this guy, I can't pronounce his name. What's that say?
Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada boom. What's that?
Solo
Genetic
Bada bing,
and
bada
Stronghold
boom.
XHX or SHX is all you need.
Yeah.
And then follow that up with JM. Hold on, give me a second. You got to travel. JM says, can you play that video again where you are shooting the rifle obstacles? I would like to observe this form and stand. Well, guess what my form is? I survived Iraq. That's my form. Now, Blue Hawk 80 says, so MicroStrategy adds Bitcoin to its balance sheet and the stock outperforms. I mean, brother, stay on the outside. Ethereum is a major player. This debt is unsustainable. They need crypto. Blue Hawk, the link is in the chats, my brother. Because I know what BlackRock is, okay, guys? Like, come on, man. BlackRock is nothing new. But also, come up, share your opinion. Right?
Yes.
We don't stay outside the loop.
I swear,
it's funny.
On a cross or nothing, just for
y'all ninjas never been in no loop, but all of a sudden crypto coming, y'all in the loop now. It's the newest loop in the galaxy. I'm showing you companies that's 3 trillion, 4 trillion. Like, it's like, oh, well, and you talking about a small 1.5 trillion, talking about you in some loop. Really? Really, my guy? This is what I'm saying. We understand it's new. We understand you're happy. We get it. But if we start busting down Optimus robots and goddamn Starlink,
glitters ain't gold.
Y'all gonna be clueless. I was dealing with panels and people sitting up here talking about some goddamn EVs. And I'm like, man, Tesla got so much more than goddamn EVs. Shout outs to Chris Must List. Effing idiots. Please come up here and enlighten us.
Is that
please?
Christmas
It's
list?
always
The guy from England. I think I know that. Is that the Christmas list from?
Enlighten us from England. I don't know.
That's the same
but please enlighten us. We're ignorant. Cool. I always find it's funny. It's funny. It's kind of like what that guy said. He's like, man, the only people who actually been about Bitcoin is people I would never talk about investments with. But the people I actually talk about investments with are not advocates of it for the most part. Now, some are for me, but that was his personal story. But then again, guys, speculation. It's okay. But don't call it an investment as of now. It could change. And speculation is okay. Just know the difference of what you're doing and what's out there available in the market. All right? Does that make sense? Oh, it's not the same guy? Buck
he actually has this real photo in front of it. This guy's a troll.
But I love it. Those Bitcoin guys, I had one conversation with a Bitcoin guy because he was brave enough to come up and we had a conversation. It was good, you know? We had a conversation.
Tell me something I don't know, please.
Please do.
I'm happy to learn. I'm happy to learn. I still won't do it, but I'll be happy to learn more about it.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, though. If you come out here with, what was it? No, he didn't say that. The 1 point, here we go, right here. This is what I'm saying. Underlining punkness. Listen, that's used as a weapon all over the world, bro. Y'all anti-American individuals, man. Look, everybody used their currency as a weapon, bro.
Yeah.
Like everybody. Other people got sanctions. China got restrictions to the hill. But you, for some reason, probably sitting in the West in AC, talking about they using the USD as a weapon. You believe in the almighty dollar? Don't matter if we got all the CIA agents, all the nukes in the world, all the military power. You still believe. Come on, man. Like, I've been in government infrastructure. I've seen them function exceptionally well. I know you
Y'all
like to get mad
remember
at your
Iran
local
Contra?
politician, but go ahead, Ronin. What you
Y'all
say?
remember Iran Contra? We use our own currency as a fucking way of raising money.
Yeah, there
Those
was
who chase fiat.
there was another product we used to raise some money too.
Iran Contra thing was about raising money
Yeah.
through drug sales in order to make money to fund a war. Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
Yep.
so wait, hold on. Let me. So here we go. Christ must list also says those who chase fiat are called poor, and that there is nothing more worthless than believing in a currency that another man can print out of thin air and also program out of thin air, which is called
what is Bitcoin?
Yeah, exactly. Print. It's not even printed. Y'all didn't even print it. Y'all left it in the computer.
Like I say, you can't even touch it.
You left it in the computer. Then the images of it in its print form has gold in it, but you guys have no gold in your reserves. Like, what type of marketing scheme is that? Many people get hung up on that. Like, you ever see a corporation get sued for some false advertisement, right?
Absolutely.
Like they're manipulating people's mindset. Bitcoin explicitly said, hey, let's design a coin with gold in it. And then also at the same time, coincidentally, they don't have any gold. It don't back it up or none of that. That's the funniest part. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Go ahead.
There's nothing backing it. I mean, there's no company. There's no assets. There's literally nothing except people are trading it and believe it's worth 100,000. So if that's not, so how can you say the dollar is fiat? Yeah, how can you say the dollar is fiat, but not crypto? It makes no sense. There is nothing.
Here's
I
the
believe
problem.
one
These
central
guys
bank
don't
that
understand.
backs it.
These guys don't understand the difference between tangible and intangible. These are intangible investments. There is nothing to touch, taste, or feel. Even with the American dollar, there is something to touch, but the whole backing of the dollar in any foreign currency is by GDP. If it's not backed by a gold standard or something else, it's backed by the people of that country. So what is Bitcoin associated to? No country, no people, nothing.
That's decentralized.
That's decentralized, intangible. That's two negatives to a currency that you guys are sitting here trying to stand on like it's rock solid. There's nothing to stand on.
While just throwing stones at the dollar and hiding your hands. Let me say this real quick, and then you got it, Buck. Ironically, you need money to buy Bitcoins. With no hard currency, there isn't Bitcoin. They'll tell you about mining, though. And then Christ Must List is back, and he says, to understand Bitcoin, you must know what is money. Okay, here we go. What is money? Fiat is currency. Bitcoin is money or assets. Currency is made up and distributed by the government. We know that there is a limited supply of Bitcoin because it was built in the protocol. This alone can verify, and you can't verify fiat. Okay, cool. Interesting point, but I might go ham, but I'm gonna let Buck get it. Go ahead, Buck.
Y'all cooking tonight, man. Y'all cooking, man. Definitely agree with 99% of y'all points, man. I'm looking at my portfolio right now, and I'm up 429% points ever since I started investing in 2020. And it's like all tied to stocks. So it's like I've been, huh? Yeah.
I said congratulations.
And I was like, I've been buying the dip since 2022 when we had that whole Russia and Ukraine war. So the stock market went down, I believe 20% for that. So I was buying the dip. So yeah, man.
But and this is one of the things too, guys. Y'all must understand. Look, understand money is just one element of economics, right? So if you get so attached to, understand money and understand fiat currency, there's a whole other picture that you're missing in economics, period, right? Like most people approach the debt solution of America as budgeting. How many times on this show have I told you that we could also sell off assets to reduce our budget obligation, right? We can also do what? Budgeting, you're right about that. And then also grow your way out of a problem, right? So if we increase our GDP by 40 trillion, then a debt of 4 trillion or 40 trillion is no longer an issue. So you could grow your way out of it. You could sell off assets, or you can just also do your budgeting to help reduce your debt obligations. So these strategies are all applicable and usable, right? But when we don't know that, right, we're like, oh my gosh, they're creating this and it's a protocol and it's baked off and it's limited. Why would you limit your money supply for an ever-growing economy? Again, the world was at 1.10 trillion and now it's 140 trillion globally. The money supply has to increase. It has to continue to expand. It cannot stay stagnant. And shout outs to A. He says, I only invest in gold and silver. Bitcoin is pure speculation and has zero interest, value, or worth. And one day, like Warren Buffett said, a few years ago, people will wake up because it will be at zero. And then Chris Muslis.
Or they won't have access to it.
Yeah. I mean, no,
Bitcoin
but
converts labor energy into digital
when your
energy.
power went out? Did you have access to your Bitcoin?
I mean, let's use real life examples. Mount Gox, it just disappeared. FTX, come to find out, woke up, it was gone. You know, these things have already happened. Bitcoin's not regulated. You know, and the very first thing they're talking about, as soon as the money magically disappears, we need regulation. Everybody talks about deregulation up until something bad happens. The government should have stepped in and regulated this. They need to do something.
They should have stopped us from being foolish.
Yeah.
Why didn't they help us? Why didn't they help us?
So when Sam Bankman-Fried did whatever he did, and he wasn't the only one, there was that one guy that died under mysterious circumstances. Not money magically.
Circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah. Crypto again, it magically disappeared. Everybody's crypto wallets empty.
Yeah, I had my crypto wallet broken into, and I never gave up my password. So I don't,
Yeah, right. Me too.
Yeah. What if your
maybe
computer?
that's why we
11-word code in order to get in somebody's wallet? I will never know, but they did it.
Hey, that's why we salty. That's why you salty, RT.
Yeah,
You salty.
I'm salty as fuck.
So he said Bitcoin converts your labor energy into digital energy. To mine one Bitcoin, it costs 80K. And the value of Bitcoin has to do with the functionality of Bitcoin as an asset and money.
What
follows
asset?
up by DT, he don't even know, and said for years Bitcoin was a scam of the century, but suddenly started saying it was a buy of the century just a few months ago. Of
You know
course,
why?
he is very well a card artist that flip-flops nonstop. Go ahead, why?
Yeah, because now banks are getting into the game. Governments are getting into the game. They can start using it for taxation. So yeah, you want to play with your funny money and you want to pretend like it's real? Fine. Start paying the government.
Mm-hmm.
You want regulation, you want security, you want some kind of backing to if something happens to it, they can track what happened to it. Pay them.
Yeah.
Pay your taxes.
Yeah. I mean, look at everybody knows about the lottery today, but its precursor was the numbers rackets. It was all mafia, illegal control numbers rackets. Today we got the lottery. Same exact thing.
They gonna learn.
Government just
Maybe
wants
not.
in on the racket.
says,
That's all. Government wants their fair share. That's all
Christ
they're trying
must-
to tell you. They don't make
Christ
it. It
mu-
doesn't make it legitimate. It just makes it something they can wrap their hands around to actually tax you on it.
And also hold on. Christ must list the money supply being increased is the government using physical policy to devaluate your store value, thus increasing the money supply leads to inflation, essentially theft of your value. And then guys, remember the government can do that, do physical policies, and then there's still a market that creates growth and value. Like some of you guys, I bet I was listening to some guy talk about government the other day, and they're like, oh, government doesn't know how to do anything. It's like, bro, government doesn't do anything. Most of the government hires out contractors. It's just that the people who've been selected for the contract wasn't good builders, weren't good installers, weren't good X, Y, and Z. So at the end of the day, people are like, man, the government ain't doing this right. And it's like, yeah, they just hired some bad companies to do those jobs and those tasks. For the most part, they don't commence a bunch of tasks at all. People be really possibly thinking the government sitting around with contracts and then they be building like, real estate. Like it doesn't work like that. Strictly travel. In Dubai, the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority regulates all crypto activities except the DIFC. VAR's regulations include licensing requirements, compliance standards for virtual asset activities. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dubai ain't got nothing out there but dirt. So they got to come up with whatever they got to come up with. Dubai is just a bunch of sand. Like, you know what I'm saying? They got to create digital assets, crypto assets. They got to do something to create an economy because they hurting out there.
Hey, can I share this real quick so we can get this guy to be quiet about this fiat currency bullshit?
Yeah, hold on. We got Drew in the building, and then we got RT showing something right now. So go ahead.
Yeah,
you got it,
that
RT.
whole little window thing with the O2O thing.
Yeah, you got it.
So here's this guy screaming fiat currency, like it's some fucking great thing. All it's showing you is the comparison between actual real money and the difference between it and crypto. So you sitting here saying fiat currency like it's some big thing. All you're doing is proving our point. Regular currency is what I said it was. It's physical. It's issued by a government, where crypto is not. It's issued by random computers, ones and zeros that are all over the fucking planet. Yes, the dollar bill is centralized. It's monitored by governments for a fucking reason, where your cryptocurrency is not. There's an unlimited supply because there's unlimited growth when it comes to the human potential in governments. Whereas you guys limit cryptocurrency so it can have some sort of value. Finally, it's restricted by borders. You're right. U.S. money for U.S. money, unless you're using it on the world market, because we're the currency of choice. Unseizable or unsizable when it comes to yours, because it's not tangible. It's not real. You guys are playing with monopoly money, and eventually it's going to fucking fall. That's all I wanted to say. Good.
No, that was on point like Stacey Adams. Yo, shout outs to Drew in the building. You there? He had some. All right, go ahead, Drew. Oh, he dropped out.
He'll be back.
And then there is a difference between Bitcoin and crypto. Bitcoin is real money and assets, while crypto is a currency. There is a huge difference. By the way, of Bitto and crypto assets go up in value, currency goes down. Okay, my guy. Okay, my guy. You know more than the United States government. Okay, got you.
You know more
and
than
the whole
any
world
government.
economy.
Yeah.
Okay, good to go. And everybody that supports the infrastructure, the energy, everything, the computers that create the processing systems and the hardware and software for your Bitcoin all get paid in USD, most likely. Go ahead, Drew.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
What's going on, my brother?
Good.
How was your day at work?
Man, it was amazing. You know, nothing
That's
like working.
a different way of coming out of the job. Hey, it was amazing.
Yeah, shit, man. There's gonna be some people that are gonna be out of jobs pretty soon, so I'm happy to have.
I already know. DEI is already on the subject matter for tomorrow, so tune in.
Not only that, shit, new administration wants to get rid of a lot of things.
Mass deportation, Project 2025. These are all subjects we're going to be talking about soon.
Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do when he comes in the first day. This new was the Department of Government Efficiency. That's gonna be something else, man. But
I think it might be all right. But go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, I was about to say I pulled up because you guys were talking crypto.
Because we're bashing your crypto, man. You got to come defend it. Come defend your crypto.
No worries.
Go ahead, do your thing,
happy,
man. No,
I'm happy that you guys defend. I'm happy you guys bashing it. You know, my philosophy with crypto when I started was that I wasn't going to lose. Well, I forget what the saying.
Can't lose anything you don't mind losing. Kind of, sort of.
than you mind. Back in 2016, I put in what I thought I didn't mind losing.
Correct. Did we
Well,
just
you
lose
lost
him again?
connection. Well, you lost that way.
Yeah.
Here we go. He back.
Yeah, but
Go
I
ahead.
said that I only put in what I didn't mind losing.
Right.
So
That's the
I
way you
started
should
in this
gamble.
back in 2016. Back in 2016, when I started in, I put in
So
what I
you got
didn't
in
mind
around
losing.
what,
I haven't
1500?
added any more else to it. Maybe it's like it probably represents 5% of my entire portfolio.
When
So
did you get in
for
on
me,
that,
I'm
Drew?
winning.
Did you get in on that at 1500?
And I'm sure there's probably more other guys out there that listen to me that are probably winning too. Is it for everybody? Definitely not, because the swings, the turns, will make anybody lose their their stuff over the way it moves. When it's high, it's high. When it drops, it's low. So it is, yeah, it's not for everybody. Of course, we know not everybody's accepting it. Um, uh, in regards to us, most of us in crypto, the real goal is to convert it to fiat so that we can buy stuff. Until there's places that accept it, nationwide, that's what we're all going to strive to do. Until you can buy, I mean, are there places that accept it to do different things? Yeah, there are, but there's just not enough of them. There's not enough on-ramps to do different things.
Can I ask you a question, Drew?
And I'll land my plane right there.
Can Drew hear me? Am I muted?
Dang, I got knocked out.
No. He probably just don't hear you. You know he was having internet problems.
Yeah, he
probably
can't
don't hear you.
anybody. There he goes again.
So wait. Let's read this. So Christ must list. He says, lastly, B2C is regulated and is listed on the stock exchange and other ETFs. Followed by Blue Hawk 80 says, so buy index fund is what the brother is putting down, and then that's cool. But Bitcoin isn't a scam. Asians own crypto. I don't know if you can verify that. Aren't you supposed to be anonymous? All right, so Christmas list says fiat dollars devalues by 20% per year. Consider all the money you have in your bank account melting like ice cubes. There's nothing back in fiat, and then it makes it a scam. Guys, if your best example about how it is a scam is about ice cubes and how they melt, and we must imagine that, what are you talking about? Talk to your points. Talk to the numbers and talk about the value. Don't be talking about ice cubes melting and blah, blah, blah. Like, that got nothing to do with anything. Stay high. Salute to O2O. Shout outs to you. And it's funny, actually, because the dollar outperformed all other foreign currencies, like in the last decade. So I don't even know what we're really talking about. So it's actually outperforming all other currencies.
And it should be. Thank you.
And it should be. All right, so Drew's back. You can answer the question or ask the question, RT, that you was going to ask.
Drew, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm in and out here. So go ahead.
Real quick. What do you think the biggest opposition is to your point that you made before you dropped off, of why no one country or one place is actually taking Bitcoin and converting it into fiat dollars instantly, just at random?
The one opposition to that is that not everyone understands it. I think that it is a generational thing. You're looking at something that you're having to defeat, which is tried and true, which is physical money holding that tender in my hand, as opposed to digital asset, which, like I think I heard you guys say on your panel, is that, you can't touch it, it's not physical. You can't, there's nobody that you can call. There's nobody that say, hey, my money didn't arrive. Once it disappears, it's gone. So that is one of the obstacles that is always going to happen.
Could it also be the fact that the Bitcoin itself is so volatile? Say a bank takes it in and gives you a 1-for-1 exchange for what it's worth. The next day, they lost $3,000 on that digital exchange to hard currency. They took your Bitcoin in at 100K, say. Okay. They gave you 100K for 100K. Right? But because Bitcoin is involatile, before they could do anything with that Bitcoin, they held on to it and it drops to 76. Now it's no longer a 1-for-1 exchange. The bank automatically took a huge ass hit for giving you straight up at your highest valuation of what Bitcoin was at that point. Here's the problem with fiat versus digital.
So that can certainly happen. Bitcoin
Exactly.
has wild swings. I'm not going to sit here and tell you any lie about that, but even in fiat as well in Bitcoin, the higher the risk, the higher the return. And I
Yeah,
believe
but
that
no
many of the
bank is
people.
willing to take that risk.
Oh, I think the people who have been in it for the long haul, like myself, we've
Mhm.
taken that risk. We've seen the swings in the market. We've seen crypto winters, where it's not budged.
Oh, I've
I mean,
watched it from afar. I just didn't want to participate in the
yeah,
drama.
everybody. I think if you held out during that time, like myself, I was in it, like I said, since 2016. I've seen the highs and the lows, and I just train myself mentally not to get caught up in one, fear of missing out, because that's where a lot of people will get caught up, is that, hey, you know what, I need to jump into it, and then they jump into it at the high, it tanks down to like an all-time high, all-time
Right.
low, and then people go crazy. It's like, okay, I bought in at 90,000, but now it's 75,000. Oh my God, I gotta wait 5 years, or I'm not gonna say 5 years, but I gotta wait 2 or 3 more years for it to get back even to
Correct.
where it originally started. So that's a lot of mental stuff for people. That's why I think, in my
Same thing in
opinion,
the market. Same thing in the market. The
yeah,
point I'm
but I
trying to
believe,
make, and you've cleared it up. The point I'm trying to make is there's always a risk to take something that's intangible and turn it into something stable.
yeah, I think it's a
And the
risk.
person that turns it into something stable is the one that takes the loss, not
Right.
the one that got the free and clear exchange.
But
You get
see,
what I'm saying?
I think that for the individual investor, to be honest with you guys, the time for the individual investor was between that dollar Bitcoin and maybe $20,000 Bitcoin. I think that now we're in the age of the corporations are buying it up now. They have a lot of fiat on the books. They understand that fiat does come with an amount of inflation, so they're buying it. I mean, I think someone already mentioned Michael Saylor and MicroStrategies on the panel. That MicroStrategies keeps buying up Bitcoin. All right.
But
Now
wait,
you're
hold
seeing
on. Wasn't
BlackRock.
wait, but wasn't it? Weren't y'all trying to get away from it? So has the philosophy changed now?
We're
Weren't y'all
trying to get
getting
from
away
what?
from institutional money
Well,
in the
if you're
financial
trading in
system?
if you're trading in dollars for crypto, you are getting away from it, right? Because that's what the companies have
No,
done. They've
because you're
converted
going
their
back to the
dollars.
entities that
They've
were
converted.
wait. So the problem wasn't the actual dollar. People were making problems with the institutions, the organizations, right? Decentralized from the government, decentralized from the banking systems. And aren't these entities that you're saying, like, hey, they're buying it, hey, they're regulated, isn't that a negative now? Or
No,
did y'all just change the
I don't
premise
think that
now and
I
it's
don't think
okay?
that regulation is a negative at all, because
But
regulation
wait, hold on. But
incurs.
maybe
Wait a
you
minute, wait a
don't
minute, wait a minute. You can't. Don't
specifically.
cut me off right there,
Right?
bro. Don't cut me off right there, because I want to land that plane.
No, we're having a
I don't think
conversation, but
regulation.
I'm just asking.
Okay, but let me
I'm just
finish. I don't
asking.
think regulation
Okay, go
is a
ahead.
bad thing. Regulation is never a bad thing because it creates adoption. Okay, we can put regulations on it, then more people can adopt it. If the IRS is now, hey, we're gonna tax Bitcoin. Okay, if it's such a wild asset, then why do you want to?
He just broke up. Damn it.
Can you? I muted him. Can you bring back up that sheet real quick with
Yeah,
the
hold on.
currency and the fiat currency real quick for me? I'll bring you back on, Drew. Just hold on for a second.
Hold on, let me.
And again, this might not be your point, Drew, so that's okay. You might think it's okay, but I could have sworn the basis premise of crypto when it came out, maybe it changed. It's okay if it changed.
Go ahead.
Is not to be regulated. Okay. All right. So go ahead, Drew. You're back. Go ahead.
Okay, what am I saying, or what is this slide?
The difference between fiat and cryptocurrency and
Yeah.
its stability or differences between the two items,
What year did
which
this
I'm
come out?
trying to relate to you.
What year did this come out?
It's not what year. It's exactly what the differences are between the two currencies.
No, what year did this come out?
What's up with the weirds? Can you tell me what's the years like?
Reason
Would there
why I
be
want
difference?
to the reason why I want to know what year this came out is because things have changed. You're seeing more people adopt the Bitcoin philosophy. So if you're looking at a piece of data that was developed, or this thing was developed back in 2014, 2015, you know, we're now in 2024. So yeah, maybe things back then you could speak to and say were different. I don't know.
I think this was tracking since
let me
hold on. 2024, August 16th, 2024 is when this came out.
Okay.
So that's the document.
But maybe this person's also wrong who generated this. But I'm just trying to get you to say, like, okay, what in here, as far as the crypto, right? It's digital, generated by computers, decentralized, no one can control, limited supply, unseizable. Now, what points do you say are not crypto and are? What you're saying? Because I know there's different camps of people who believe in Bitcoin. Some believe in it. They don't want no regulation. Another group of people say, no, regulation's okay. So there's different people inside the crypto space. You guys are not a monolith. So I'm just asking you to identify what you go by.
Okay, so I go by everything that's on this slide because as it says right now, it does say crypto, but I noticed that it says that little green emblem is Bitcoin. So this hits all the Bitcoin topics. It's digital, yeah. Generated by computers, digital. Yeah, digitalized, no one can control it. Bitcoin. Limited supply, Bitcoin. Unseizable, Bitcoin. Right. It hits all of the parts, but it just says crypto in general. Well, yeah. Do we want regulation? Yeah. I don't think anybody that wants mass adoption would not want regulation. Yeah, you want it. If you want mass adoption, these are the household names: Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. Anything outside of that, you know, yeah, you're risking it. Meme coins, all that other stuff, in my opinion, I think it's just garbage. I stick with what's household known. That's just me.
Are they garbage or scams, or you just don't know? You have to look at each one of them.
You have to look at each one. You have to understand their white papers and understand what their utility is to the open market. Many of them don't have any utility. I mean, even they say Bitcoin has no utility. Yeah, it doesn't really, but hey, it's what people speculate and what people are willing to pay for. So they've created this frenzy, of course, and people are willing to pay upwards of $100,000 for it. That's why I say I think more of the adoption now is going to be in the terms of people who are not people, but institutional adoption, as opposed to individual adoption. I think individuals, they'll be able to buy Satoshis, limited amounts, but the average American will not be able to drop $100,000 on one Bitcoin right now. They just can't.
Well, you don't have to really do that anymore, right? There's fractional ownership. I don't think most people own the actuals. Exactly. But what I'm saying is it's not 100,000 to get it in. You could almost have any number because just the way technology is today. Yeah, it's not like you got to buy one Bitcoin as a whole. Anything. Other platforms, Robinhood, etc., like they have it and etc. But all right, cool.
So
that's a pause. Wait, hold on. Just give me a second. Hold on. Slow down. Cryptocurrency from Strictly Travel says cryptocurrency doesn't offer much protection if it goes wrong. For example, if you send crypto to the wrong address or lose access to your blockchain wallet, there's no way to get it back. Now, Christ Must List says, why would you convert Bitcoin into fiat? Okay. And why would you convert something with a limited supply into something that is printed out of the air? No need to convert Bitcoin into fiat. Fiat lose value over time. Strictly follows up with the strongest that is printed out of thin air. I don't know about that.
I agree with his first sentence.
What's that? Why I converted into fiat? Because you need to use it. Duh.
Right.
Like, what kind of nonsense is that? That's a dumb question. Strictly says the closest fiat to crypto comparison would be the link between fiat money and stable coins, and in which are currencies or cryptocurrencies pegged to another asset. Shout out to those. Also, Chris Misselis comes back with the volatility of Bitcoin is a product that builds into the option markets and the MSTR bond product. And if there is or was no volatility on Bitcoin, then it would be no reason for a real asset to go up straight line. Followed by Cryptocurrency is just like a fiat, except cryptocurrency destabilized protocol allows you as the individual to create currency out of thin air, just like the government. And then crypto isn't the same thing as Bitcoin. Well, what? Yeah. Wait, crypto is not the same thing as Bitcoin? Yes, it
We're
is.
just saying cryptocurrency. You guys are taking it to the nth degree. When
Bitcoin
we
is a
understand there's
cryptocurrency.
different coins. We understand.
And
there's
there's other
different coins.
currencies. It's a
Right.
particular brand of actual cryptocurrency, and it's the prominent brand.
Yeah.
So crypto is Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency. I agree.
Yeah, no. But I guess he just thinks that we don't realize that there's other currencies, and we
Oh, we
do.
got a new,
That's just
we
a
got a new
prominent
channel.
number 1 brand. Shout outs to KO who says I invest in gold and silver. Shout outs to gold and silver and whatever else any individual invest in. So the conversation, wait, hold on. We got, what's his name? Foster.
Courtney.
Foster, you there?
Courtney Foster. You got to unmute
I think he was
yourself, sir.
pro Bitcoin.
Oh, sorry about that.
There you go. You're good.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
man.
You can turn off
Did
your
we get your
camera if
name
you're
right,
not
or
going to
did
be
we
on
butcher
camera.
it? It's Courtney.
Yeah, Courtney. Yeah.
Also, you could turn off your camera if you don't want the camera on.
Oh,
It's
okay,
like
I'll
should
see
be
the
just a camera button.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, there you go. All right, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, man. Hey, glad to see a lot of brothers get in. I mean, what you were talking about, really, when you talking about just brothers trying to invest, period. I mean, that's great. No matter what it is, you need to invest. But as far as Bitcoin being a scam, it just can't be. I mean, as far as the miners, the protocol, everything that's been set up to just mine Bitcoin and how they've created the Lightning Network. A lot of people don't believe this, and I tell them that the central banks actually are behind Bitcoin because you see that it was kind of created, it was a scam. Jamie Dimon and all of the big banks said, "Oh man, this is a scam, stay away from it." Then all of a sudden it's in the ETF. So you have to realize that when things are being kind of like played to be, that Hegelian dialectic, oh, it's not real, it's real. You know what I mean? So it's to that point. So I mean, even at 100K, I would get some. I mean, I would get maybe a fraction of it, but it's for everybody. And one thing I do want to say about the different cryptocurrencies, everything you see in traditional finance, which is called TradFi, will be in the crypto market. So you have protocols like XLM that moves money across the world. You have protocols like Ethereum, which is more of like a computer-based thing. And you have Bitcoin, which now is a store of value. So you actually have everything that's in the legacy market that's going to be in crypto. That's why when the brother was talking about use cases, understand what the use case is for that particular protocol. And it's a lot of protocols that do the same thing. So that's why you really got to dig in and do your own research as far as like understanding what does this do? What doesn't it do? But as far as Bitcoin being a scam, I just don't see that.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Hold on. Just give me a second, too. Good position, too. Guys, you all won't understand Bitcoin and cryptocurrency unless you understand what money is and how it's created. Hopefully, someday you will become aware of this, obviously. And I think that's what the guy said thing. We're having a conversation about it. Right. Often what you hear, he said in the argument, is you just don't understand it. Like, as he said, do you hear Warren Buffett say, you guys just don't understand it? Y'all sound like Will Smith in the introduction to Prince of Bel-Air. Parents just don't understand. Like, just explain your point, right? And then people are not going to agree with you on a lot of points, right? Because y'all think y'all invented something new in Bitcoin. And I put a post on my Facebook. Actually, digital currency was formulated in China straight out the gate. There's a book that actually tells you the whole concept of it prior to even the adoption in the West, which y'all call via the Bitcoin. Strictly Travel says, and that's why the Chinese government is furthest in its development of digital currency and cryptocurrency in its digital form of a CBDC that's coming out eventually. So what I think is the technology is valid, crypto, blockchain, right? But net, I know governments, and governments will institute a USD that is crypto-based in the financial market. And that will help cut down on a lot of things that they deal with. Nefarious activities, everything will be on a public ledger, et cetera, et cetera. Brands, maybe, like Bitcoin and everything else, would be actually banned at that point. Because at that point, the government will have the the power and the position to do it. Shout out to KL. The blockchain technology is more valuable than cryptocurrency itself. Exactly. A blockchain technology has the ability to revolutionize even the industry, real estate industry. If the grid goes out, that Bitcoin would be useless. Yeah, true, but hopefully it doesn't go out because we'll be effed up if it goes out. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. I said real quick, like from my perspective, and like I do deep dives on all these protocols, and I don't want to go to naming all of them off because there's too many. But what I do want to say is that this crypto and this whole like DeFi, TradFi, and all that is it's majority whitewash. You know what I mean? And I say that with like a broad stroke. I mean, as far as brothers have to get into this space and start understanding the technology. That's the thing we just looking at as Bitcoin and everybody, that's the big shiny token. And it's like, oh, 100K. But you have other protocols that actually control NFTs and non-fungible tokens that actually are going to pay you for this live stream once everything gets, as far as tokenized. So it's just not Bitcoin. It's a whole other plethora of use cases. You know what I mean? So now they're talking about I mentioned NFTs, but they're really talking about UBI. So, and that's one of the draw sides of you understanding, of people understanding what's Bitcoin and what's cryptos. The UBIs are coming, and that's the universal basic incomes, where they're paying people stable coins on USDC. That's a protocol that's just like the dollar, it's USDC, and it's just basically just tokens that are being given out. So the better that people understand.
Wait, who's paying who?
Say again.
Who's paying who? Because what I think sometimes y'all guys don't realize y'all be paying, like y'all put y'all money somewhere and y'all swear, I mean, I'm getting paid for this while the other person's flipping your money. So it's got to make some sense on the generation
he's talking
side
about
of things,
universal
right?
basic income, universal basic
Coming
income.
from a government?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
all right, cool.
Yeah.
Which one? United States of America?
So USDC is a protocol, and that's used to, it's on different chains, and it's just really a digital dollar. That's really what it comes down to. It's just a digital dollar. And then you have Tether. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, people look at the big thing, and adoption is so critical to the space because people get into these meme coins and they throw money in it and they get the rug pull and all that. Crypto ain't all, you have to understand it before you put money into it. And that's the whole thing, is that people don't understand it. They put their money in, they get that rug pull, and it's a scam. But if you understand the game.
Yeah. It depends on it. A lot of things are like that. But there are 80% scams. So that is undeniable, right? People who publish coins out with specific.
Yeah, I would agree with you that there's a lot of scams.
80% scams, meaning coins that did come out, right? They've been investigated and followed up that they were legitimate scams.
I agree.
Those are scams. Now you have 20% left, right?
I agree.
And 20% could just be failures, right? It was a bad idea. Right. It wasn't a good white paper. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so that's a difference. And then I don't know what the percentage is of just failures, right? But 80% scam is legitimate people saying, I'm going to scam, and this is the method I'm utilizing to scam. So I'm talking about that. And then we separate that from the rest that just failed. And then the ones that didn't fail, they're actually good coins and ideas and, a theses that people want to follow up on.
And see, and that's where we have to, or this is where you as the investor has to read the white paper and understand what is happening. If you do not understand that, you're just throwing money at whatever somebody thinks is popular. Like, I had somebody call me the other day and tell me about some coin, and I was like, I've never heard of this. I don't know what's going on with it. I'm not investing in it. That's my mindset. A lot of guys throw stuff at coins that, to me, there's only three. I mean, yes, there are more that are going to pay people quite well. Trust me, they're out there. But to me, in my mindset, upon safety-wise, there's Bitcoin, there's your Ethereum, and there's Litecoin. Those are your three, in my opinion. Those are the three household names that came out from the jump. And that's what people know.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of Coin Hawk Tour?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard
no,
of
no,
that,
yeah,
and that was a rug
that would
That
pull.
be.
big rug pull. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's cool. That's cool because again, we relegated that to the 80% fraud. But and
Mhm.
then these guys are talking about the ones that are not, which is okay. You're building out new systems. You're going to have people taking advantage and fraud. But I do want to identify this, and this is the funny part. This is where the contradiction comes. So I want to see if Bitcoin supporters also say this. Look, I don't have a problem with people just saying, "Hey, Bitcoin," and we're creating it. The problem is y'all guys be coming at the US dollar like it's not valuable, like it doesn't have a GDP, like it doesn't have a military and an armament. Like it's almost like it's worthless at the
It's
same
a
time
good
of it being the
point.
most utilized currency on the planet, outperforming all other currencies in the galaxy. But
I
y'all
don't
just
think
say
that it,
stuff like, wait, hold
I
on,
don't.
hold on.
Define
What people just
outperform.
say
Define
stuff.
outperform.
Well,
Yeah,
outperforming meaning in relative to other currencies, right? Our currency is more
Right.
stable and increasing, not only in its utilization, but its value against those currencies. The Japanese yen, one of the most powerful countries in the world for its economics goes, we beat that. The Chinese yuan, the second most powerful economy, our USD outpaced that. I'm only worried about real world examples, not pie in the sky of what I like to think and daydream about. What
well,
other nations are we beating here on Earth?
what
And
what
that's where I grind the information out of. So
I
what I'm
think
saying
that
is it's okay to have Bitcoin. I'm not tripping about it, right?
Just don't
But the
leverage
whole
against our
thing,
dollars.
I think
no,
that
no, the
when
whole
I
thing
think
is
that
the dollar's
when it,
fake and we real, and then it's a fiat and it's not backed by gold. And then
I
that's like, well, you're not backed by gold. So what are you really talking about? The USD
I
is backed by something. That's
I
all.
believe that when people are like I said, if you had to talk about the informed versus the uninformed versus people talking about the dollar, we
Mhm.
realize that, I think most of us on the panel can 100% say that 20 years ago, $100 probably bought people lot more as opposed to today.
True.
And
That's
that's
every
because of
country in the
inflation.
world, though.
We're
But
talking about
continue.
inflation, but what I'm saying is that's inflation. So
But that's
what we're saying with
economics
crypto is that
101, right?
what we're
Or
saying
are
with
you saying Bitcoin
crypto
is
is that
solved for inflation? There's no inflation in Bitcoin ever. Is that what the statement is?
Nah, I don't
Wait,
think
did
he
he
can
drop
get
out?
that technical.
He
I
is
don't
just
it
think he
no,
can
I
get
didn't
that
drop
technical.
off. I just keep
Okay,
getting
go ahead.
interrupted, so I can't ever land my plane. So once you're done, I'll jump in.
I'm not done. I'm the
he's
host.
trying to
This
have
is
an
how I'm doing
interactive
it.
conversation with you,
I'm
Juice.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to
not
have a
even really arguing
conversation, but
against
you
you.
can't. No, I'm just saying if we're gonna.
I can do whatever I want to. Just get that. You make your own show and you decide what you're going to do. All right. Let's have a conversation. I'm asking you questions. I'm not arguing against you, bro. Like, I'm not against you. I'm just trying to get some clarification. You want to talk all over the wall. I want to
so
get
I
some
so
clarification. Go
so
ahead.
can I step in? Can I step in?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
So real quick, like we do understand how
What
the
happened?
dollar is weaponized. I think we really understand that. So a lot of countries they're actually being put behind because of the dollar. Yeah, strength. The military is behind
Can
it.
I pause you for a
All of
second,
that.
Courtney? Courtney,
Yeah,
can I
go ahead,
pause
sir.
you for a second?
Yeah,
The
go
only
ahead.
reason I'm pausing you is people like to say certain things and glaze over what they just said.
Right.
Okay. You
That's
just
true.
said
Facts.
without skipping a beat, you know the dollar has been weaponized.
Right.
How do you get that? How has it been
Okay.
weaponized?
So
Can you go
okay.
into that?
So yes, sir. Real quick.
Okay.
So we know that as far as sanctions, we can put sanctions on different countries, right? The the
Right.
the the people in Canada, their bank accounts were shut down where they can't use their dollars anymore. As far as we taking the dollar up and down, as far as the U.S. government itself, you know, countries. And even though countries are totally whacked out as far as their currency being worth less, they're actually at a disadvantage. You're actually now with cryptocurrency, you're trying to get a level playing field so that everybody has the same field to play. This is why the BRICS is coming up and teaming up together to have this gold back and stable currency along with Bitcoin in order to combat that, because the dollar has been used in a certain way, you know what I mean, to hurt other countries. So if I want to deal oil in rupees, then I can do that. Or if that's their country. I understand we are the United States of America, but at the same time, that's what this new crypto game is going to, is that we're starting off with a level playing field. We've seen the fractional reserve we've seen the fractional reserve where we take $1 and lend it out 8 different ways. We've seen we've seen all different types of things like that. So what I'm saying as far as that is that the inflation in the debt is so unsustainable right now, is that we're paying more just to service the debt. And so now that's why I made the comment that I personally, and a couple other brothers, shout out to the crypto teacher, who is a brother that gets deep out into it, the Underdog Research Channel, just brothers that are into crypto. They kind of understand what the US is up against as far as this inflation, how they printed so much money, and now the inflation is ran up where the average person can't get the groceries that they need. So
hold on. Just give me a second. You guys connect a lot of issues. Like, the average American, listen, Asian Americans are doing good. Are they not in the same America as those other Americans? Yes, they are. It's just called financial literacy. Now, what I brought up on the screen is sanctions that exist going all the way back down to ancient Greece. Sanctions is nothing new, guys. So again, you guys lack context, y'all lack international diplomacy, and then in that, you say all these things. That's why RT was just trying to slow you down. Like, well, the US dollar uses their money as a weapon. Name a nation that has not. Everybody does it, okay? Yep. And then everybody is still going to be individuals that have crypto potential. So hold on.
What is the global reserve currency?
It's
US dollar.
Global reserve currency.
US
and that's
dollar.
Power in itself. Okay. So why would you argue that away if you're an American citizen? I'm trying to figure that out.
No,
why are you in favor of other nations?
No, I'm not.
Not you specifically. Let's just say the space.
Me specifically, I'm not for other nations, but at the same time, if you got goods that are coming back into these United States and they actually taking up the price on it, and you can't afford goods and services that you need, then what do you think they're doing? You know what I mean? They're not. This crypto.
Go ahead.
This crypto isn't and it's not brand new. It's just a cryptography, message. That's it. It's just me hitting message.
Yeah, I got him. I'm just trying to let Foster finish his point. Go ahead, Foster.
No, I was just ending it on that, man. I was just saying that, it's not a scam. Like I said, from the onset question, it's not a scam. But at the same time, you see the central banks behind Bitcoin and crypto. You actually you actually see it, yeah. So
now is the USD a scam?
Is it a scam?
Is it a scam? Is it a worthless currency? All the claims that are made about the USD.
No, it's going to be backed by treasuries. It's going to be backed by treasuries.
And the GDP and the United States government, which is pretty strong. So all right, cool. That's cool. I'm okay with people just going on and creating Bitcoin. Let's bring some more people up in this building. We got Passport Blueprint in the building.
What up, Obstacle? How you doing, my brother?
Good. We're gonna bring you back up, Drew. We just had to give you some time.
What's going on, Blueprint?
All right. I want to look at this.
And we're gonna bring one more, but you can go. Go ahead. You got a Passport. Go.
Okay. I want to address it from a different angle that a lot of people are not really looking at it as far as this cryptocurrency, and that is from a cyber perspective, and that is hackers. There are a lot of people that are committing a lot of crypto theft in this cyber arena, because I'm in cybersecurity and I read a lot about that stuff, and that is something that is scary, and you have to be careful about wanting a country to just strictly go crypto and stuff like that just to be on the playing field with everybody else, because there are a lot of crypto thieves out there. One of them being our current president, or soon to be current president, when he was in office, walked across the DMZ with him. He is the biggest crypto thief out there. Okay. I don't know. He's involved with a group that has stole billions of dollars in crypto. Okay. So crypto theft is out there, and you have to be careful with this whole promoting this whole crypto thing, because it's something that's not real. It's not backed by any government per se, as far as like, it's not FDIC backed or anything like that. So if you lose it, you lose it. That's it. And that's an easy way, like say if you had a country that was strictly crypto and stuff, that's an easy way to collapse a country. Take away all its money, it has nothing.
Greece was one of them.
Super easy.
Super easy. And then, and like I said, in this cyberspace, you got a lot of people, a lot of groups, a lot of threat actors that are very tech savvy that can do stuff like that. So we need to be careful about putting our money into something that doesn't exist and that can go away really quickly.
Shout outs to you, Passport. Appreciate that. We're gonna bring the strong and the wise in the building. Go ahead, you got it.
Hey, brother, how are you? Michael Gibson.
Good.
You know me, Strong and the Wise. I have another company, normtherapy.com. We have our own global therapy.
Yeah, I remember you. I definitely remember you on a different
Good to see you again, brother. Good talking to you. I just want to say this. Since the repeal of Glass-Steagall Act back 15 years ago, or even before, and in Sarbanes-Oxley, along with the different types of security exchange regulations and rules, and to include Dodd-Frank, a lot of this was covered, even though it wasn't a big deal or applicable to Bitcoin at the time. But they're gradually sliding Bitcoin into the same area because there's a lot of money to be made, fraudulent or not. If there's money to be made, the bigger players are going to be involved. And most players, and I think the FDIC minimum is now what, 250, 100, 150, something like that. I forget the minimums.
I'm not quite sure. Yeah.
So whatever those minimums are, what they're actually saying is they want bigger players in this to lose their money, is what they really want. And they want them not to be covered under FDIC and federal deposit regulated and all that stuff. They don't want it to be that, because it's a wilder west. And I think that it's incumbent upon smart people to know that there is a certain level of legitimacy with Bitcoin, but then there's just as big of a scam on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
It exists. It's just like the dollar. They say, oh, it's backed by gold. We went off the gold standards back in the 70s with Nixon.
Right.
So that's not the case. But we still believe, and the world believes, it's on the gold standard. That gives a great deal of validity, along with our debt. Now, debt isn't something that, if you look at the credit market, for instance, the credit market says you get credit, but what you're really taking is debt. The debt market says you get debt, but what you're really taking is a credit. It's topsy-turvy. So in Bitcoin, if there's a finite number, and you can split anything down to its infinite number, if there's a finite number, let's say there's 50 Bitcoins in the world. If I keep breaking that down and breaking it down and breaking it down, I'll have trillions of Bitcoins. That's why it's called Bitcoin, for the bits of the coin that you get to partake in. So value is generated and created based on the players and the amount of money and what's driving it. The biggest problem with Bitcoin, and the reason why it's not going to be sustainable unless they regulate, is because the fluctuation in pricing, the fluctuations in the difference of currencies that are going into play, from USDT to Nucoin to Doge to Bitcoin. All of these different currencies have their own valuation systems, but they're based on the same thing, the finite amount of crypto that's out there. And people are mining for that. When people lose their passwords, they lose their codes, they're banking on you not having those long sequential cryptological numbers and passwords in order not to be able to access your stuff. You lose $10, it's gone forever, unless you find that code to get that $10 out. So they're banking on failure. Just like any other market in the world, every market in the world is based on the failure of the market and not its value. And so this is going to fail miserably. And then some governments, if not all of them, are going to come in and rebank. Why is it you go to your account right now? You go to your account right now and you got $12,000 in your account, and your banker tells you that's too much money. What are you doing with $12,000? If you want to take out $3,100, that's too much money. It's too much money to take out of your account and put it in cash and put it in your hand. There's a reason for that, because they're banking on you losing that money They're banking on you not having that money, because they make more money in you not having money than money on your money. They have to pay you for your money. But if you have debt, if you have a debt facility with them, it's over. So just one second.
I know I love that you brought into the Glass Act, because I think for the most part, people don't realize that about those institutions. And then now they kind of are super excited that the institutions are in it. And it's like, damn, I thought the premise was those individuals were corrupt and pulling sly stuff like this always in the speculative market and actually causing crashes in the economy. But I guess, if people are making money, it's all okay. But one of my biggest things is it's okay. I wouldn't be a problem if people just said, hey, Bitcoin, X, Y, and Z. Again, the issues are always that I'm bringing up is why attack the USD? Why attack the currency? And you're not making much sense when you have an argument about the USD sucks. They're just printing off money. And then we can go over the point of how money expands and grows and is credited and debited and all this other nonsense. But it makes sense. We're the #1 economy in the world. All right, guys? I know y'all like to lose your head and think we're terrible and we're making stupid decisions all the time. But there is a lot of people making great decisions, right? A lot of Americans got a lot of money. Go ahead.
There's something else out there to drive. I'm sorry. May I just quickly say this, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
You call it Drew or me?
And then, no. You can go Wise, and then Darnell, you got it afterwards. Go ahead.
Okay. A lot of people are finding sovereignty in their financial transactions these days, and they're taking back, the value of self. The U.S. based all of its value for everything in the U.S. based on its people. And the income, the per capita income, the value of education, the value of our communities we live in, and that value determines our value worldwide. It has since our birth. It just has. So as legal tender, we're the tender. People of America are the tender. We're the collateral for the money. Just like every other nation adopted the same thing. They went off the silver, they went off the gold, they went off the precious metals, they went off the other exchanges all over the world. Not simultaneously, but following suit to America, because people have value. If you have a PhD in finance and a master's in sociology or physics or whatever the undergrad you would have following that, doesn't matter. That gives you a level of value to the world. Not that a guy with a PhD is smarter than me. He may not be. He may be just smart in books and may not have any common sense. But the world sees that value, that intrinsic value of the human, of the American citizen. Then they see the German citizen, which has a very high value as well. They see the Swiss citizen. They see the Nigerian citizen, which has a very high value. And a lot of people don't know that. The Congolese citizen, extremely high value if they're participating in the global markets. And that's how they value money, based on the citizenry and not necessarily T-bills, or I heard that mentioned earlier. I think not necessarily, not that they don't do it, but the more people who buy your debt, which that's what you're buying, treasuries, is debt. The more people who buy your debt, the more valuable you are to them and to the rest of the world for having been guaranteed by that debt for whatever outlay you may have or whatever you may owe to the different countries around the world. So we can't sleep. As a matter of fact, I'm about to open my own Bitcoin. And you can do it legitimate. You can back it with gold, diamonds. You can back it with anything you want. It don't have to be cash. It don't have to be empty sales either. There's a lot to Bitcoin, but we're just in the infant stage, this nascent period of our growth for money. This electronic currency. And that's why I mentioned Glass-Steagall, Sarbanes-Oxley, Dodd-Frank, all of those different elements, be they repealed or not, play a big part in what's about to happen. They're going to eliminate paper currency worldwide. When they,
that only makes sense.
20 years, eliminate paper currency, everything would be digitized. That's why people are exploring, especially governments.
It's already like that in Asia. It's already like that in Asia.
I'm in China all the time. I tell you, quite a time.
China's been ahead, like
crazy. Singapore, crazy. Southeast Asia, crazy. And parts
here
of
come
Africa,
Westerners thinking they did something new.
And you know why they're going to beat our asses? You know why? They're going to beat us because they had no infrastructure for the paper money whatsoever.
Exactly, yeah. And then that's in the way.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's in
They
the way.
walk right
Because, of
into it.
course, the old industries are going to compete with the new, right? So it's not going to be as
Exactly.
smooth as it is. So
And they start with the new.
ah,
That's why they're going to whip our butts.
yeah,
That's
they
why
got a
they're going
blank
to.
canvas.
Yes.
Well,
So,
well, hopefully they fumble the rock. But Darnell, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, you mentioned Glass Steagall, one of my favorite acts that were that our Congress passed back in 1933.
they
So
repealed it.
you know, 32.
No, they repealed it later.
Well, right, correct. They repealed it in '98. It was the Graham Leach Bliley Act in '98 that repealed it. But the thing is, with uh, with Glass-Steagall, what it did was it compartmentalized our banking system. You got to remember, back in the day, our banking system ran very similar to what Bitcoin's doing today. You got, you know, uh, people that just literally, were.
Control of currency and the Office of
Sorry, say that again. You broke up.
It was the Office of Controller of Currency in one side,
Mhm.
and then it had the Office of Thrift Supervision. Each one of these played a role in regulating the value of banks and what
Correct.
were the minimums for the deposits. I used to buy and sell banks, so I know a little bit about this. But
Mhm.
then you're right. You hit the best point is that
Mhm.
the Bitcoin started with value. What is the value of Bitcoin? And it took off because everybody wants to learn value, especially if it's locked within a finite area. But now they use more energy per capita than any other issue on the planet to mine Bitcoin.
Yep.
What is mining Bitcoin? What is the, we call up, down, and Democrat, Republican, and blue, red. We do that on purpose. We do that to keep people confused. Mining is nothing but another word for stealing. That's all it is. You're going in to find somebody else's money they lost. And you're picking up crumbs. Now, they're trying to work all of this out so they can stabilize the coin, is what they're trying to do. And somebody's going to come along with an algorithm or a series of logarithms or a series of formulas that will be able to better regulate and predict. Just like the stock market. Once that happens, I can issue you a realistic credit card that when you go to your hotel, it has, let's say, $1,000 on it. And tomorrow, when you wake up, it has like $999.98 instead of $864. This is the problem. It's unstable. And it's not unstable because it's bad. It's unstable because once you start mining and stealing, value is lost, and then it's regained in another place, which gives that place value that they didn't have before without putting any cash in. So people are stealing each other's value. They're not stealing really each other's money, but each other's value. And I think that is what's going to kill it and bring in regulation. And when it does, that's going to stabilize the market. I think it'll be a combination of that as well as different exchanges that will be found on.
Hey,
Ooh,
real
wait,
quick.
good.
Quick,
Wait, hold on. Who's that?
quick.
Who's that?
This is Courtney, Blue Hawk.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Just all right. Go ahead.
No, I just
You
want to
said real
comment.
quick.
I just real quick. I just want to comment on the mining thing. So if you understand Bitcoin, you know that the miners actually secure the network. Without the miners and without them making those computations, they actually mine the Bitcoin so that you have more tokens. And right now, I want to say about 90% of Bitcoin have already been mined. And these aren't just like somebody somewhere with a miner that's sitting down and is doing. These are actually billion-dollar companies. So the infrastructure is set up. It's not where this is a scam. Yes, the Bitcoin is made by energy. That's what gives it its worth. Not because you're stealing somebody else's money. The Bitcoin. Look, if you get a chance, look up Riot blockchain, look up Mirror blockchain, look up TerraWolf. All of these companies go into mining the Bitcoin. It's not something that's just done out of thin air.
Now, you're absolutely correct. I'm not against mining. I'm just saying, just like the Fed Reserve, it's thievery. Okay, you get $100 million in your account. Guess who knocks on your door? OFAC, the Office of Foreign Asset Control. Let's say you have 50 million over here, 20 million there, 2 million over there. Let's say you have that. They do the exact same thing as the miners. They steal your money and keep it. They put it in places where you can't get to it, or they make you have it in investments or in different kinds of banks, or only in their banks, in their country. There are many regulations that go with money that aren't yet applied to Bitcoin, which will be applied, is what I'm saying. And it's a Federal Reserve is nothing but it's another mob. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Who, the Federal Reserve?
Of course, all Fed reserves on the planet are none but mobs. They're criminal organizations that legitimize themselves by taking your money and telling you what to do with it.
It's a
wait, hold on, wait. No, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, no, I know that. All right, so who money have they stolen? They like, so if you have 50,
it's value. They tell you what the value. They say, okay, we'll shave a point off the interest rate. The money that they actually lend to banks at a bank rate. Let's say they shave that. Then they get that half point. The banks cannot create money.
No, they can't.
And really, in reality, all the Federal Reserve is doing is creating the supply. The bank only creates demand. A bank, there's no money in the bank until you say one phrase. Until a consumer says one phrase, give me a loan. I want to buy.
Or put money in the bank. Or put money in there.
They don't care about your money putting in the bank.
No, but that's a part of it too, I'm saying.
It's a part of it just to have money and your minimums and your requirements. Why do you think the minimums are low, 5 and 10%?
Because it's a fractional reserve and they can only go up a certain X according to how much they have on.
Yeah, but it's based on balance sheet. Normally it's between 10 and 20% of the balance sheet.
Exactly. Yeah. So you got to have some money. So those are two elements.
Right. Depending upon the kind of bank that you have. But what I'm saying is that when these banks generate loans, that's the only way commerce moves in the world, through banks generating loans. Banks don't produce equity, they produce debt. That's all they produce. And they pay you on your equity a fractional cost on your equity, like your $10,000 you deposited into a CD. They pay you on that. Or you buy some type of other instrument with the stock market. They pay you on that. But the real money is made on the debt that's created from the facilities. And that's how you get interest. And that interest GDP, it creates all kinds of other value increment in society. So
but that's the bank, though. That's what they're supposed to do. So yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, they're not.
Right?
They're banks and are there to
because the
make
bank,
loans.
But the bank, because the bank is a different function. So a bank is not a brokerage account. Like you could open up a brokerage account and make your money work for you and make money back for you. But you go to the bank to borrow money to also you could make that money work for you, the money that you borrowing from the bank.
Well,
so it just depends on.
It's different. It's different. A brokerage firm operates like these are called bank-like institutions.
Bank-like.
Right.
But
bank-like.
I'm trying to figure out the underlying premise because I feel like there's and let me know. I think that you guys are saying like they're crooks and they're robbers.
No, I'm not saying
no.
I'm trying to.
Students need loans for their education.
Wait, didn't somebody? But wait, did I get that wrong? Did not somebody say like they're criminals? They're the biggest.
I said that. Let me just back up what I'm saying.
That's his opinion, not mine. Just for the record.
Okay.
I'm saying it only because they get to tell you what your value of your money is, and any increment or change in that deviation belongs to them and not you. Why? Because any marketplace you're in, there's got to be governance. And the governance of that marketplace is going to take value from you and for you to participate in that marketplace, to include the US dollar or any other product on the world. The US dollar, why is the global reserve currency? Because everybody has it. Everybody, you know how the US government control banking systems around the world? It's making.
I'd like to rebuttal when he's finished.
Okay.
When he's finished.
But go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Strong.
We're not on the same sheet of music, but I'm just saying it from this one perspective, and then I think it'll clear it up. Because they're not just like criminals. I'm going to go to jail and be a criminal kind of criminal. I'm saying it's criminal what they do in their efforts to control the money worldwide. They go to
interest rates and stuff like that.
I don't think that's criminal. Wait, hold on. Tell me. Wait, hold on. Let's wipe that away. Let Blue Hawk or the Strong one of you guys articulate the utopia of economics that you will create. Let's say we wipe away banks. There's no banks. There's no crooked individuals. How would you make 8.5 billion people work together? And remember, you only have power over maybe 350 million, like America. So what's your plan forward as far as finances would go in this world that's more equitable and fair, I'm assuming, against the corruption of the previous way it was done?
Well,
You want to start with that?
yeah, well, no. What I'm gonna say is that that's way above my pay grade. You know what I mean? That was a good question, and you tried me with that one, but I can't do that one. But what I wanted to say to what the brother was talking about when he
Go
was
ahead.
talking about how it's criminal the way they slide interest rates and stuff like that. So you're talking about trillions of dollars, and you slide the interest rate 0.1, and that represents hundreds of millions of dollars. If you get a chance, look up the LIBOR scandal. If anybody get a chance, look up the LIBOR scandal and how over in the UK, how they was fudging the interest rates just backwards and forwards. That type of thing is gonna be handled on blockchain. Now
I understand that. I didn't say the interest rates were corrupt. What I said, what they were doing and how they valued money was corrupt.
Well, I'm telling you,
But they
the
value
interest
money
rates
as
are corrupt.
corrupt.
How they're moving them back and forth. But what I had mentioned before was that DeFi, decentralized finance, that's a part of crypto. That is what you're gonna get out of what he's talking about. You're gonna get that out of crypto. There's whole protocols that actually, set up lending. People come in, they borrow the USDC, they get an interest rate from that, they come back. That's what I'm saying. The crypto is not, it's here. It's actually here.
Oh no, I think it's a great system. I think crypto is amazing. That's not my point.
But gentlemen, I think, as far as with the federal, everybody forgets, like at one point in time in American history, that the U.S. dollar was a decentralized currency. At one point in time, there was no central bank in the United States. The Federal Reserve did not exist. You have to remember the Federal Reserve didn't come into existence until I think it was 1913. Right? No, 1913. Woodrow Wilson was president when the Federal Reserve came about. But you did have what was called the Central Bank of the United States. I'm gonna just touch on this real quick. I don't want to get too deep into it, but there you had the Central Bank of the United States at the founding of our nation. When Andrew Jackson was president, long story short, you had a political battle between him and I believe his name was William Clay, who weaponized the Central Bank of the United States because he didn't like Andrew Jackson. Jackson's the one.
Act of 33 that also had a lot to do with it as well.
No, so 33 was just the Great Depression. You had the Wall Street crash of 29. Back at this point, you had the Federal Reserve had been around for approximately 20 years.
Continue on your point, D. What were you saying?
So Andrew Jackson kills the Central Bank of the United States by he just simply allowed its charter to expire and refused to renew, and that was the end of the Central Bank of the United States. So for almost 100 years, we didn't have a central bank, kind of similar to how crypto today. So everything was unregulated, decentralized. The U.S. dollar was not a centralized currency.
What was our GDP back then? What was our GDP back then?
You would have to look up the numbers, but it's nowhere near what it is today. Exactly. You got to remember in that Andrew Jackson was president in 1830, somewhere in there, 1820s, I think he was elected in 1828. I can't remember, but the point is that you didn't have a central bank, right? So what happened is, and you guys can look this up, and obstacles if you want to pull it up, but you have the Panic of 1907. This was real important. This is the reason why the Federal Reserve got created. 1907, a couple of people decided to get together, and I believe it was the New York Knickerbocker, the New York Knickerbocker stock, I believe. A couple of geniuses got together and said, we're going to corner the market on the New York Knickerbocker stocks. you know, and so they decided to pull their resources, buy it all up, and their intention was to own all the shares. And if you wanted shares of that company, you had to buy from them. The only problem was they ran out of money, you know. So
yeah. Well, let me do something real quick. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Land your plane.
So it caused a problem, right? Roosevelt, not Franklin Roosevelt, but Theodore Roosevelt was president at the time. You had the first this was the first known bailout that was conducted by J.P. Morgan, the real J.P. Morgan, you know, that created the J.P. Morgan Bank. Him and a few other people got together, you know, the captains of industry got together while the man was sitting in church, you know, and said, hey, we got a problem on Wall Street. Everything's about to collapse. So the bank, you know, they all got together. They were able to bail out. This was the first known bailout. And this was a bailout that the government didn't do. This was all done by the private sector, and it worked. All right? It worked. But Theodore Roosevelt was pissed and said, we need regulation. Remember, Theodore Roosevelt was the first known regulator. He started regulating the food industries and other industries, and he also wanted to regulate the banking system. So he argued for a central bank of the United States.
Okay.
So
he argued for the bank.
Correct. And so when Woodrow Wilson is president, he created the first central bank. Now, the central bank had its original mandate was just manage the money supply. Okay, that was its original mandate. It really didn't have a lot of. It's brand new. Didn't have a lot of authority. So 1929 occurs, and the economy went into the toilet. Right. So you have what the central bank did was unemployment went through the roof. Its estimated unemployment was like 25%. That's just the estimate. You got to remember back then they didn't keep that statistic. It's because of the Great Depression they started keeping that statistic. But the thing is, to say that what they do is criminal because they move rates, you have to move rates. And I can go on and on about the necessity of moving the interest rates up and down. You have to adjust. So periods of high inflation, for example, you want to increase the interest rate. Why? Because inflations can kill an economy. Okay, everything has to.
I've never said that. Let me just clear something up.
Hold on.
But you guys said that. But you guys said
how do they make you manage your money? How do they make control of your money?
But that's on you. That's on you.
Yeah,
that's on all of us.
No,
that's on all of us. It is. It is.
Yeah.
Okay. For example,
hold on. Wait, strong will, and then I'll let y'all talk about this point. Just give me 2 seconds real quick. Just remember y'all points, all right? Y'all's about to go back and have a good conversation. Just give me a second, because KL is not backed by anything, and it's pure speculation. And then, of course, I'm going to just call you Christ. And then, guys, stop buying meme coins and alt. Just buy Bitcoin. Hold for a long time. I don't know or why you can't see that. Crypto isn't the same as Bitcoin. Got you. KL says Bitcoin only valuable is based on artificial speculation, unlike gold and silver and stocks that have a value based on performance and tangible assets. Christ follows up by saying you're mixing up Bitcoin with all those waste crypto tokens. Bitcoin is an IQ test, and some of us just cannot get it and will never get it. And that is way it will always poor people be. You just got rich. You knew money. Fiat isn't money. Only a limited supply of assets can be real money. Follows by, you will note that every transaction can be verified on the blockchain, right? And Bitcoin mining supports using a wasted energy and that otherwise would pollute the environment. Okay, you're an environmentalist too. Shout outs to you. KL says if you lose your keys, your money or your Bitcoin are gone forever. That will not replace the dollar by that very fact. Christ follows up and says miners can't steal your Bitcoin, all on a chain data, and transactions can be verified by everyone, and why you take time to study the Bitcoin protocols. Shout out to Dan. Dan is in the building. He says, great topic. This is finna ruffle a few feathers. A lot of crypto bulls out here on these streets. Shout outs to the crypto bulls. And then with Bitcoin, and then you could be your own bank, store and move your economic value across all borders. Why you need a bank if you own Bitcoin? Shoot, why you need to go across borders if you got America? Christ, he says, bet you all lining up to pay taxes also. Dang, you ain't paying taxes? And then Smoking Wrench says, crypto equals legal gambling. Shout outs to him. He says, if you made $100,000 or you make 100,000, pay 30% in income tax, inflation and devaluations eat away the rest. At the end of the year, what do you have left, basically? And then RT says, and that is true to Smoking Ranch, very much so. KL says, how crypto is amazing. And he says, fact, brother. I'm pretty sure he was talking to the conversation back then. Crypto is distracting you all from Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still cheap, 100K. You all should get in so I can get out and make money. Oh, my bad. He didn't say that. Stop buying meme coins and alts or saving worthless fiat. And then before Bitcoin hits 1 million a coin. Wow. And then he says, fiat equals economic slavedom. Ooh, going back to the slave days. Okay. And Edward M. House, true criminal of 1913 creation of the Federal Reserve. He goes on to say, House was, what is it? Woodle's handler? Okay. And then House appointed the original board of governors of the Fed in 1913. And then he goes on, talks about out of Texas. Why didn't you put this in a longer goddamn comment? And the legal names are a creation of the Federal Reserve. Social Security is a creation of the Federal Reserve. Bankers and crypto is ran by AI. Bitcoin is controlled by AI, digital everything. So AI is basically running us. And Deep Hanger says, and then word up, fools, man, I've been stacking Bitcoin since 2017, putting 25% of my paycheck in, okay, and most can't believe how much I have, included me. Oh, ain't selling now. Okay, shout outs to you. I also put money into NVIDIA and I got back a more gain than you in the same time frame. So you lost. No, I'm just kidding. So, all right, so going back to Darnell and the strong will, y'all got it.
So the only thing I wanted to say was like, so you said, okay, they're basically, you had said that they're telling you what your money's worth. That's not true. We decide as the people what the money's worth. For example, if you go to the grocery store, right? Let's say beef is $10 a pound. You say, I don't think it's worth $10 a pound. I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to buy this pork at $5 a pound because I feel that's worth $5 a pound, right? If enough people say beef is not worth $10 a pound, I'm not buying it. What happens? They cut the prices on the beef. The problem is people say, oh, it's $10 a pound. Well, I guess I have no choice but to pay it, even though there's pork, there's chicken, there's lamb, goat, whatever, again, that's the choice that we have. Chitlins, but chitlins is pork, but yeah, but that's the point, that it's not the secret entity that controls the world or the Federal Reserve is doing anything shady. It's just, again, we as consumers, we don't realize the power that we have. For like right now, I'm hearing bars, for example, are struggling right now because nobody wants to buy spend $10 on a beer. Why am I going to spend $10 on a beer when I go to the grocery store and buy a beer for I don't know, $2 a beer? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, he dropped out. So you was arguing with nobody. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
He'll
man.
be back in a second. I'm pretty sure he still hears you.
Yeah,
Drew,
he said his mic wasn't working.
Drew. Yeah, exactly. But he's back in the back. But go ahead, Drew, before they go back. Okay, Drew's not there. So we'll bring back in the strong. You got it.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I want to make a distinction. One, I'm not interested, the rate and how they make their rates and really project their rates, I'm not interested in that. That's not what I was saying was criminal. It's the laws and the regulations you have on the use of your funds. That's
okay. So What specific?
Second.
Let's get it. Let's get into specifics. What specific law or regulation is that they're doing is that you feel is criminal?
Take $3,000 and go to any bank and try and deposit in anybody else's name other than yours, even including yours. What happens? Tell me what happens.
When I go to deposit, when I deposit 2,000 cash.
What do they say to you?
Well,
Do you have
if you're talking,
do you have an account at this bank?
yeah.
First,
Yeah.
second question.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
How did you get the funds? Where did they come from?
Yeah. Typically, that's larger transactions over, I believe, $10,000.
No, it's 3,000. Deposits.
Is it 3,000?
Taken out of the bank.
Okay.
Is
if
putting
you
in the bank.
deposit $3,000 in cash in a bank, the bank will not likely report it to the government. The IRS requires the bank to report cash deposits over $10,000, but banks may also have their own limitations.
And banks normally hit people at the lowest level because they make money on you not being able to spend your money. Number one. And number two, that's the scam of it. The scam of it is every country you go to in the world. Let's say I'm sitting in Dubai right now, sitting here in Dubai. If I got 5 Emiratis working with me and there's $6 million on the table, so there's 6 of us. He make $1 million, he make $1 million, he make $1 million, I make $1 million, but I don't really make $1 million. Their government don't tax them for their money they make on capital gains or on transactional gains. That's not how their government makes money from them. So they get to keep their whole $1 million. I take $750 or whatever rate I'm given at that particular day for that $1 million. So I will always, as an American, make less money because of the regulations in the banking industry for how money operates around the world. And when the U.S. government wants to, let's say, get something to happen in Madagascar or let's say Germany, the first thing they do is they say, and this is the law, it has nothing to do with me. They say, no problem. Well, if you want to have US dollars as a currency that's used in our country, then from our country, then you must give us control of not only American citizens, but any other citizen of any nation that's doing business with Americans overseas. And we must have access to not only investigate them, but to freeze their funds or their US dollars, or we will remove US dollars from your platform in your country and you will not be able to operate with dollars.
Right, because of the SWIFT currency system.
The Societe for Worldwide International Financial Telecommunications, SWIFT, who I know and have worked with for many years, that's not SWIFT doing that. SWIFT is just a electronic transmitter for money.
It's the regulation that's coming on top of it.
SWIFT isn't it. It's the way we govern money for the people. And I'm trying to show you, not that what you're saying is rates dictate everything. The rise and falls of rate make economies move or not. Of course I know that. I have a master's in international economics. I get that, but I'm not in that world anymore. But I can give you that. But I will say this: it's not criminal to rates. I can charge you. Well, if that were the case, Visa charges people 29, 39%.
Yeah, but what's the criminal part?
Okay, the criminal part is how you operate your money, how you use your money within the confines of your life. You need $3,000. How often in your life? Not often. Your couch is paid for, your car is paid for, your house is almost paid for, your bills are paid every month out of your paycheck. So you don't really walk around with $3,000 cash.
But you're glossing.
Wait, hold on real quick, Darnell. Hold on. Go ahead, finish your point, and then you got it, Darnell. Go ahead.
All right. But the majority of the currencies in the industry for money around the world operate in all cash societies normally. They normally work on money and not on fiat currencies. Well, even though all currency is pretty much fiat, but not on currency.
All of them are fiat.
Just about all of them are. And somewhere or another. They're all fiat.
Which is, I don't think it's a bad thing. For some reason, everybody else does. But go ahead, Darnell.
So the only thing I wanted to rebuttal on that is that, okay, but the chances are you walking around because the government says we want to know transactions of $10,000 or more in general. And the reason that is you have to remember, what did you have back in the 20s during Prohibition? you had the rise of the mob. And how did the mob operate? Cash. Okay, literally duffel bags, suitcases full of cash. Even created casinos. The myth is laundromats, hence the term laundering money. It was to clean the money.
That doesn't make sense, because money is still money. And whether you're using Bitcoin, whether you're using currency, otherwise it's still money.
But if you use dollar, if you use cash, it's harder to trace. Does that make sense?
For sure.
Why penalize the entire world of 97% of the people, 98% of the people for what 2% of the people do? That doesn't make sense.
Because I think most likely most people won't pay taxes, because in most developing countries, most people prefer you to pay in cash, so they will never have to pay their own national taxes. So taxes is not a thing that people prefer to do.
That's what they call them, post levies and fines and tariffs. Most goods and services in the world are paid for through tariffs. The government get their piece on the import. You go to like here in Dubai and you buy a car, you'll buy $100,000 car value, but yet it'll cost you $110,000 because of the tariff. Okay, that's a cheap car here. But you go to Singapore and get a $40,000 car, and the tariff is $600,000. So a $40,000 car in Singapore costs you $300,000, $400,000. No joke. A Mercedes Maybach that costs, $250,000, $300,000 on the open market will cost you about $4 million there, or $3 million.
That's in their dollars or American?
Singaporean dollars, but but you calculate them, they're just slightly under. It doesn't matter. It's still several $1 million on a car, or several $100,000 on a Toyota. That's just how the tariffs work. So the governments want to get their piece. That's why Trump is talking about tariffs now. What he doesn't understand is there are repercussions to tariffs. There are many repercussions. It takes normally between 1.5 to 3 years for tariffs to kick in. Say again?
No, he really doesn't.
He understands tariffs.
Trump really, he really doesn't.
Wait, hold on.
I don't think he does.
Calm down.
I don't think he does.
Let's say he doesn't. Because the president doesn't know everything. So if you think the president knows everything about every facet of a whole economy, wait, hold on. He doesn't need to know it actually. He just has an advisor, which would know more about it. The president uses advisors. Most presidents don't know everything. You think Kamala Harris was probably a wizard at imports and tariffs? Wait, hold on again.
Every president don't need to know everything.
I don't know if he doesn't have an idea or not. We'll have to perform a test. But making the claim he doesn't know anything because he doesn't agree, or he's doing something that you don't agree with. Well, every nation has a weaponization of terrorists. I think with the tariff conversation, wait, hold on, slow down. With the tariff conversation, man, other nations utilize tariffs. They have limitations on what you can invest in their country. In most countries, it's not only a form of, like you said, to generate wealth or some type of revenue, but it's also to protect their industry. I said revenue. I said revenue
it's not for the industry either.
Wait, hold on.
Tariffs don't affect the industry, and it don't affect
brother. You had all right. Hold on. You got to put people on pause. All right, cool. You were talking before. I didn't interrupt you. Y'all were going back with Darnell. This is how I do it over here. Okay? If you don't like it, you can just click off. It's okay. But this is how we just do it over here. One person at a time. All right? All right. Go ahead, Darnell.
The only thing, just really quickly, as far as your test that you had said, we've had that test. It's called the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1928. That was, we had tariffs before then, but that was the tariffs when we learned that tariffs are not a good idea, because all it did was it created a trade war. So the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, for example, we put tariffs on, I believe it was French luxury wines and things of that nature, and French luxury goods. Well, France retaliated. They put tariffs on American goods. We put tariffs on Great Britain. We put tariffs on everybody. They all returned in kind. And what we did was we destroyed the economy, because even though, yes, it does raise revenue for governments on imports, the problem is what people do with, what these people that are selling these goods and services, what they do, they're not actually paying the tariffs. They're putting the cost of the tariffs on you, on me, on the American citizen, the average guy. We pay those tariffs, just like the sales tax, right?
Okay, wait, hold on. I like this because I love this conversation. But what I think is more so interesting is because a lot of people will quarterback a whole nation, assuming like they know more than the president or people in power. So it's not that you can't. Let me ask you this question. How would you fix it? What would you do? Because I just asked that a second ago for somebody else, and they were like, "Oh, it's above my station." So it's okay. You offer problems. I'm not saying you. Hold on. Darnell, you can go, and then the strong wise, you can go.
I love
and
you,
then
confidence wise.
strictly travel will bring you in.
So as far as tariffs go, what you do, as far as the tariffs go, what you do is you have you create. I'm a strong proponent of NAFTA. You have free trade. Free trade is the way to go. Globalization. Okay, it is the way to go. Keep markets competitive. All right, it helps to keep it can help keep inflation down. Okay, when we're all competing, the consumer wins. So you have, for the most part, free trade. Now there are times when tariffs are needed, i.e., in UAE, for example, somebody brought up Dubai. UAE, they subsidize their airline industry. They basically subsidize their flights. So if you fly in the Middle East, it's cheaper. If you notice, Middle Eastern Airlines, it's a lot cheaper to fly. American airlines can't compete. So in that case, I do believe in tariffs because, hey, the UAE government is creating unfair subsidies for their airlines, giving their airlines the benefit. So what do? You when they try to do flights here to the States, okay, there's going to be a tariff, for example, or vice versa. If it's, it could be, let's say, imported cars, Lambos from Italy, if the Italian government is subsidizing, basically paying for the cost of the Lambo, and let's say that $1 million Lambo, they're able to sell it here in the States for the price of an average Ford, which is, I don't know, $50,000, obviously everyone's going to buy a Lambo, right? So what you do is I'm going to put tariffs on there because, hey, Ford can't compete if, Ford can't compete if you're basically subsidizing whoever manufactures the Lamborghini. So those are the only times I would ever use tariffs. But for the most part, you just don't do tariffs unless it is absolutely necessary, and that's how you fix it.
Okay, all right, cool. Wait, hold on. The strong will get you next, and then we'll get also, I think it was travel. Yeah, strictly travel. Then you'll follow afterwards. Let me read off this chat real quick, and then it will be you, strong. All right, so here we go. He says, Major says, and there's a lot of things we have to change indeed. Good talk about these things for sure. Shout out to everybody that's here. And then Mr. says, this clip may and get 30 views top. LOL. And then Lucky7 says, bro, look at the OGs that missed out. Bad talk Bitcoin. Shout out to Law Docs. He says, usury is a sin. Making merch of men is wrong. This cost a man his life pointing this out. Shout out to Christ. He's back again. He says, Bitcoin, a used proof of work, POW, not the ones that get captured, mechanism so that Bitcoin can be added to the block unless it's verified. So Bitcoin itself can't be a scam. And then also Lux7 follows by with, they're talking about money and none of them got money. Yes, we are all brokies. And then Law Docs. And Saudi Arabia made AI a citizen. Why did they do that? Shout out to Blue Hawk 1980 actually. So Trump appoints cryptocurrency advocate Paul Atkins to chair to Securities and Exchange Commission. It's already here. They're about to. And then Law Doc says WBAN, Wide Body Area Network, AI has been in control since 2010. Wakey, my man. I guess we're sleeping. Strictly Travel, that's on the panel, says, for example, a new standard Toyota Camry hybrid costs around $250K in Singapore. which includes the cost of the COE and taxes, and that is 6 times more expensive than in the US. And then Max King follows up with just ride the Bitcoin wave. And then followed up with Christ again. And crypto's use proof of stakes, POS, therefore, they are completely different from Bitcoin that uses proof of work. And the value of Bitcoin is proof of work protocols, and thus its digital assets. And then Max King 13 says, why are countries buying Bitcoin? And then followed with the super chat and Blue Hawk. Great chat, guys. We'll do it again. Much love. Are you out here? You're not coming back? And shout outs to Major. Major T says, what the heck, Frederick Bastius? Who's that? The Seen and Unseen Economics is a book, I'm assuming, right?
Correct.
Is that a book, Ronin? All right,
Yeah.
bet. So Google that. Okay, so we got Major back where he says exports are holier than imports. In other words, produce at least more than you consume. That's very interesting. And then RT says, we will read your super chat in a minute, talking to Major, appreciate it. And Major comes back with tariffs are basically a signal that a nation is consuming more than it produces. Okay, shout out to you, Major. And Strong, you got it. I put 3 minutes up there, so we're going to have to put some time limits. We just got more people up here. So go ahead.
Sure.
You got it, Strong.
Sure thing. Okay, let me comment back just for 1 second. And the brother Darnell talked about this earlier, but let's get a little bit more refined on why tariffs are necessary. It's not necessarily just the individual organization or country that's applying the tariffs that's the problem. It's the price and cost of labor that's the problem. If it costs $200 to build an engine in China, and then that China with Mercedes-Benz specs is shipped to the United States, then that $200 engine has to compete with a $20,000 engine. So the governments will have a trade agreement, like brother mentioned, NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement. They create this agreement so they can balance the value coming into the country, and the developer or the distributor or even the creator of the product don't necessarily get that benefit. The benefit goes to the government. So the US will charge an additional $38,000 to the value of that engine coming in as tax. A tariff is a tax. And that way it hits the markets at a competitive price and not a slam dunk that it will cheapen or lessen the value or the demand for the US-based product. So countries create product tariffs to protect their product base and their service bases. That's what they do. It's not meant, and when I said weaponized, it's not meant to say, I'm going to give you a 50%, I'm going to give you 100%, I'm going to give you 200% tariffs if you guys don't stop that. Because all that'll do is make them give us a 200% tariff for anything we ship over there. And then what do the other countries do when they see the value increase? They increase their tariffs all around the world. Everywhere in the world increase their tariffs all at the same time because the biggest power says, I'm going to increase tariffs. So if you notice now, the world is really standing strong against tariffs. Even Macron, as well as my guy in Canada, I forgot his name.
Trudeau.
Trudeau. Even he said he met with Trump just recently and said, leave tariffs alone. You're going to kill both of our economies. You can't weaponize it against one without the world weaponizing it against you, because it's an imbalance of trade around the world. And that's why I'm against tariffs. And that's why it's being weaponized. And it shouldn't be, because it's going to destroy it. It will add money. That's what happened when he put tariffs. Trump put tariffs on the US back when he was president. It takes between 1.5 years to 3 years for tariffs to take place because the supply chain is so huge. So by the time the prices catch up with them, it's in the next administration. That's why the prices were high when Biden was in office, because of those tariffs. They take about, look it up, 1.5 to 3 years for it to take place.
No, he's right. He's right.
I love that timer.
All right. So anybody have a different opinion according to that one? Nobody?
No, I agree with him 100%.
Going to, we know
Sean
you
did a
agree.
really
We
good
heard
job on that
you.
one. Yeah, he did.
I'm asking somebody else. All right. We know you agree, my friend.
You guys are funny. You got a funny group. I love this group.
So nobody disagrees.
Right? Hell
Right?
no. Why would we?
About the tariffs. right?
No, he's absolutely
I definitely
right.
disagree.
I mean, even with some laws, it takes time before those laws get activated. So
I definitely
you can have
disagree, but
laws
I
that
just
are on
didn't
the
want to
books
talk.
that
I wanted to see if somebody
necessarily
else wanted to talk.
other presidents take advantage of and take credit for when laws are passed.
Wait, hold on. Let's get with strictly travel. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, yeah, because my fault, I had to mute you. There was just some background noise. I'm gonna put you on 3 minutes on the clocker. Do your thing, man. Do your thing. You got it.
Well, I've heard so many things today, going from Bitcoin to fiat and so forth.
Can you turn your mic up?
Can you hear me now?
Real low. Yeah, sure, real low.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
No, it's not.
Yeah, no. Try to log out and then log back in, right? Get out the studio. I kicked you out, but get out the studio and then come back in, and then maybe that might help. All right. We got Digital Nomad in the building. What's good, Digital Nomad?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Oh, you know,
good.
Confidence. Now you ready to hit the panel, huh? Look at you.
What you
No,
say?
he was probably busy making paper.
Confidence. Now you back up here.
He was probably busy making money.
Brother. I'm just messing with you. Good to see you.
No, y'all good. Y'all good. Yeah, I'm just late to the party. You know, I'm just trying to figure out what y'all talking about.
All right.
Oh, well, we were just going back and forth about tariffs, but Buck, what about you? You got anything on this tariff thing? Because I'm gonna put 3 minutes on the clocker for anybody who does.
For me, I mean, I'll
you talking about the
Okay, go
tariffs?
ahead. Wait, hold on, Buck.
Yes,
tariffs. My fault, tariffs. But hold on, let me let Digital Nomad go because he came in. Go ahead.
All right, I'm just freestyling. So I'm not that educated on all of it. I really don't understand tariffs. If I'm being honest, international trade, I really don't understand it. But I think I heard the last gentleman say something along the lines of, it's a bad idea because if we do it, then it'll make everyone else want to do it. I don't know how it works. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I know the United States, we're the biggest consumer internationally, right? Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. With that in mind, are other countries in a position to put tariffs on other people? Like, we're the United States. Just because we doing it doesn't mean a small third world country can. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's really all I had to say. Maybe y'all can correct me or educate me.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that, Digital Nomad. I think that was an interesting piece. We're gonna have Buck. Buck, you next. I'm gonna reset it. You got it.
May I have a rebuttal after Buck?
Yeah, you wasting my time, bro. All
Why?
right, man. So I'm gonna say this.
I know what you meant. You got it. I resetted it.
Darnell, man, you made me lose my train of thought, man. Okay, I got it, man. I believe it's a bad idea, and here's why.
Nah, I had to mute you because I didn't like your opinion. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
I believe it's a bad idea because when you put like 25% tariff on these countries, it's the cost. If y'all complaining about inflation right now, wait till he gets in office and start putting the tariff on these countries. Like, we might not see it 2025, but we definitely gonna see it 2026. So that bread that you're eating that usually costs like $3, it's probably gonna cost like $6. And it's gonna cost the whole Republicans the midterms. So once midterms, because by midterms, people will feel it, and they'll be like, "Man, we don't like his idea. I mean, we cool with his border policy, but we don't like this tariff shit." And it's like, so a lot of people, it's gonna cost them the midterms and possibly the 2028 presidential elections. So I believe like this is a bad idea overall. Because like I said, the cost of living is gonna go up. It's gonna sky high. It's gonna be crazy. Like, importing a 25% tax on Canada and Mexico, which is our second largest trading partner. It is crazy work, man. I just don't understand where he got that idea from, but it's not very bright. But at the end of the day, this is an 85 years old man who can't even put a sentence together.
Okay. So time. Shout out to you for giving back time. And just say I yield the time. And then that would be cool too. So y'all could say that. Yo, shout outs to Strictly Travel in the building. Strictly Travel. You there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, we got you loud and clear, man. You got it, man. 3 minutes on the clock. Let them know.
Okay, that's good. Well, I've heard so many things about Bitcoin and fiat and so forth. Well, me personally, as an investor, I'm pretty conservative. I believe in hard assets such as gold and silver, so I know exactly where my money is stored at. So if I'd rather have cash in the bank than rely on a digital currency because like the crypto, if I lose some crypto, I travel a lot. If I lose, I don't know, my password or so forth, I feel like, I'm pretty much out. So I'd rather be able to talk to someone if there's something wrong with this transaction, I made a mistake and so forth. So I'm not a gambler. And then over the years, I've done well without investing into crypto. I stole crypto just as, I would say as a gamble. I just put money aside to see how it performs, but I'm not banking on it. If I do well, okay, perfect. And then I've heard that people were saying about that eventually even central bank are gonna go with a digital asset. I'm not sure about that because 58% of the World Bank, all the World Banks store about 58% of the currency in dollars. So by going digital, I just wonder how would they manage that? Because it's kind of I don't know. Would it be like digital reserve or so forth? So I'm just wondering. So that was pretty much my take on it. So I'm done.
All right, you yielded your time. Shout outs to you, man. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. Now, let me see if Passport Blueprint got something, and then Darnell, you can get back in it. Passport, you got anything?
No, I'm studying for my foreign service officer test, and this is part of it. So y'all just keep talking.
All right, bet. So Darnell, you wanted to say something, or RT? I know you ain't spoken in a while, so I'm gonna give you that 3 minutes. Whoever want to go.
Yeah. May I,
Ronin? God dang.
Go right ahead, man. Go right ahead. I'm multitasking over here.
RT, man, I don't want to hear.
Go ahead.
Darnell don't agree with me, so I don't want to hear him, man.
I'm in the background. You know what I'm doing back here, bro. Trying to put people up in here.
Yeah, do your thing. Go ahead, Darnell. Unfortunately, go ahead.
Well, so I just wanted to rebuttal digital nomad. So digital nomad with tariffs. I'll give you a quick definition. Tariffs is basically a tax on imported goods. Okay, that's that a government will impose on an imported good. All right. Then tariffs are typically, people think that whoever is importing those goods are the ones that are paying the tariffs. Or not. They're actually paid for by the consumer. That would be you and I, the people, that buy, say, imported pork or whatever have you. We're the ones that have to wind up paying the tariffs. But so the smoot, you mentioned about you mentioned are other countries, like other nations, can they impose retaliatory tariffs? And the answer is yes. They do it all the time. China has imposed its own tariffs. It has retaliation tariffs against the United States. Canada, our friendly neighbor to the north, during Trump's first tariffs, he imposed retaliatory tariffs. And you should take a good look at the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act. And in my opinion, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act is the blueprint on why tariffs are a bad idea. I yield my time.
All right, thank you. I just woke up.
Let me take up some of that time real quick.
All right, cool, some of the rules. You can get your own. You can get your own if you want.
No. I only need the
minute. All right. Go ahead.
Just some of these tariffs that we're talking about. It's you can think of them as taxes or non-competes. Because of Biden's way of putting up some new laws in the Chipset and Science Act for $280 billion, he doesn't want competing chips that we're trying to produce here in the United States to come in at a lower cost. So you put a tariff on those countries to prevent them from coming in, competing with the developing market that we're trying to bring back into the United States. So sometimes tariffs can benefit us so that we can get our market reestablished in certain areas. Like we have the Inflation Reduction Act for 1.2 trillion. I'm sure Trump is going to take responsibility for that. And also the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act or law for $1.2 trillion with redoing roads and bridges and things that need to be done infrastructurally. So there's a lot of rebuilding that Biden had put into place by laws. It's going to take a couple years to show true. And again, like I said, Trump will take the benefit or the win column. But sometimes tariffs are put in place to prevent competing markets from bringing things in so that we can get reestablished and actually compete worldwide. And I'm going to...
Ooh, god dang. See, I'm going to talk. I got no timer because I'm the host. No, I'm just kidding. I'm put myself on the timer too. All right, so, and then I think probably the Strong will probably follow up, or anybody in the back chat say if they want to say something next, and that's cool. Good to go. Now, as far as me, man, I don't give a dang if it was Biden or Trump, right? At the end of the day, it needs to be renegotiated. Whatever the tactic is, then how about have at it? Because when we look at it, most countries have tariffs. They have high tariffs. They don't play any games with us. Now, most of them are using excuses like, oh, we're a developing nation and we need to protect our industries and our manufacturing capacity. We can't compete with you. I mean, China's a whole country full of tariffs and limitations and restrictions. So as much as we say we would want a free market, it's not a two-way street. Now, Trump, despite if you agree or not, is attempting to establish that precedence, try to get a two-way street. Now, yes, countries can react and increase their tariffs, but guys, you got to forget, you have power in consumption too. Consumerism is an important component to the product or to the supply chain, excuse me. So as much as the producer is powerful, so is the consumer. That's why I always tell you, why would people run around and tell you to vote with your dollar? Because you have power in your consumption. What you decide to buy and not buy has power in itself. You can make a producer produce less if you don't purchase his products or his services and his goods that they produce. So in an actual negotiation with China, let's say that's the biggest guy on the map, we're trying to have this negotiation saying, hey, you got to open things up on your side, fix this deficit, and if not, we'll mark up everything on your side of the house. And so will it work? Will it not? We'll see. I think China will deal with it. Unlike most of you guys being emotional, they'll just come to the board and deal with it because it is the number one consumer market. They have to have their products go somewhere. And the rest of the world is not ready to consume the massive amounts of products and goods that China produces. Most people don't have a nation with disposable income like that. America has a large consumer base. And so in that negotiation, you have power. If not, there will be no quotes saying the customer's always right. So consumers, you have power also. You just don't utilize it most of the time. You just go with the cheapest product. And, again, that's not for all people. So I think it'll be interesting. But again, I don't know the answers to international global trade for a market that's $140 trillion. And there's also information that government officials have, which is top secret information that dictates why they're making the moves that they're making that I don't get disclosed to. So again, it's a complex thing, but I do think we need to come back to negotiation and let all these countries like Canada and et cetera act like they about to do something. Man, they just chatting. They not as strong as you think they are. So I think they'll probably fold. And I'll yield my 10 seconds. So, all right, let's see in the back chat. We got the mic is working. And don't
Look at you coming in with just a little time to spare.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I try. So who wanted to go next? I don't think nobody said nothing.
I was
wait, hold on. Who's that?
Strong's been waiting. I know.
Okay, go ahead, Strong. And then Digital Nomad, I guess we'll go after whoever. But next time, just say it in the back.
I like everything you just said. Everything you just said was valid. Everything you said was valid. It made sense in a very fair marketplace. It is the way things should be done. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But the point I was making was that tariffs are now being weaponized. And let's say, and it does matter. And the one point I do contradict is that it does matter who put those tariffs, whether it's Trump or Biden. It absolutely matters because Trump put those tariffs on towards the middle to the end of his term in office, which affected the next incoming president and all the pricing in America because everybody braced for those higher prices. That's why when inflation became controllable and the jobs were produced, the actual price of goods didn't go down, because everybody was braced for the tariffs. And it takes years to readjust pricing based on those tariffs. So if Biden on his way off, just to say, let me show you how it matters. Let's say on his way out of office, he decides that he's going to place a 50% tariff on the entire world and walk out. And a presidential seal over it, and it's gone. Trump will have the worst economy in the history of the world because of it. It does matter who puts those tariffs, because how they affect the world and global economies, as well as our domestic policy and economy, is important. That's all I want to say about tariffs. Then someone just said that they're interested in being an FSO. I remember way back in the day, I almost took a job like that way back in the, but that's a whole nother conversation. And that's a very disciplined life. And just like, and I wanted to use that to segue into embassies. Everybody thinks that the embassies are in the world to protect American citizens, Guam citizens, Canadians. They're not. The embassies are in the world to protect U.S. interests. So with those tariffs, with those global systems of commerce, the embassies around the world are put there specifically to protect interests, business interests. People don't know that. That's why they create the consulate, to do passports and all that kind of stuff, and consular type of duties. But in the embassy is there to represent U.S. Commerce, U.S. businesses, U.S. corporations for U.S. embassies. Same with Israelis, same with Pakistani, same with all the embassies operate on this level, so they can ensure that business happens. So when we talk tariffs, we're talking about already decentralized entities in every country around the world that immediately affect those tariffs in that country and work with those existing regimes or entities or government in order to make sure that it's balanced. So a balanced tariff or trade act with any, like NAFTA, is very balanced. To add 25% to NAFTA means that I'm sorry, the brother was wrong about $6 a loaf. He was in the right ballpark. It'd be about $20 a loaf of bread. Easily $20 for a loaf of bread. I yield.
Okay.
My no time.
You ain't got no time left. Yeah, I was about to say you ain't got no time left. No, that's all good. Who's next? Who wanted to say something? Speak up. Okay, go ahead, Digital Nomad. You need 3 minutes? Yeah, we're gonna give you that. Go ahead. Boom. You got it.
After hearing everybody speak, I think I agree with O2O and Trump's decision to put tariffs on different countries. With the United States having the largest consumerism or consumer base internationally, there is power in that, right? I could see how or why Trump is manipulating or making countries do certain things on the United States behalf. I can see how Trump is using tariffs to get what he wants other countries to do. For example, with Mexico, I know I just recently seen something on the news. He said, "Hey, y'all need to control all these illegal immigrants coming over here, or else we're going to put tariffs on you." Now, recently, we see the president actually stopping a lot of illegal immigrants coming over here, because why would another country want the United States, the largest consumer, to tax them? You understand what I'm saying? I can see the value in that. Hopefully y'all understand what I'm saying. And that's all I have to add. I yield my time.
Bad. Shout out to Digital Nomad. Yeah, man, you should be on my side. Yeah, let's get him, man. Yeah. Nah, for real. Who's next, though? Who got something else to say? Yeah, no, I hear you. Wait, hold on. All right, before anybody say something in the back. My bad. I'm going to go over the actual chats in the comment section. Here we go. Laws Docs in the building says C19 was a smokescreen for digitizing the treasury blockheads on the blockchain, and then Mad Hatter, okay, printing press ruining the world. Okay, shout outs to you. And then also followed by the operations of law merchant under the schemes of secured transactions. Americans will be required to register their biological property in the national system designed to keep track of people. Uh-oh, Illuminati. Tanzania Tony says, salute to Ronin. Shout out. And then Duck Dive says, seashells, tulips, Bitcoin money is whatever the king government, exactly, central banks say it is. The USA is broke, the dollar Ponzi is over. Okay. And 3, the US and the Western governments are attempting, and I'm pretty sure he had that, to support the dollar Ponzi with Bitcoin. And then 4th, Bitcoin will be legal money under the new Trump administration. Thus, Bitcoin continues to go up. Okay, that'll be interesting. And okay, Tanzania says, Buck Travels, what's up, man? I see you always supporting the brothers on YouTube. Shout outs to Buck. And then they're talking, Alex Bam, shout outs. Good morning. And then what is it? Jody, I want to own some Hawk Tui. Yeah, there you go. That's the latest one, right? And then Brainbox says, here, cheers in the building. Hawk Tui coin was a rug pull and Absolute was a scam. Well, I don't know. That Hawk Tui girl had some, had a good white paper. Ducks Dive says, 5, G7 versus the BRICS. The BRICS are pulling away from the control of the Ponzi dollar system, and 5, the BRICS are going hard. Assets like gold, Western governments going to digital assets, Bitcoin, World War III. Oh my gosh, doomsday. All right, cool. Who else we got, huh?
There's only one problem with that, just one problem.
Okay, go ahead.
For the amount of money that's on the planet that BRICS would represent, there's not enough gold, platinum, silver put together in the world to accommodate that. So they really can't go to those systems. They can make it attractive to you and say it is, and maybe portions of their portfolio will be that, but that money does not exist. That quantity of gold does not exist. So it will be impossible to accommodate it. So when people say it'll be back gold, that's why the US went off the gold standard, because there was not enough gold to guarantee the money for the amount of output we had going into the marketplaces. And we would end up inflating the price of gold so highly, just like a brick of gold would be just like a Bitcoin platform. It would just keep going up and up and up and fractionalizing as it grows. So that's why fiat on value is more important, and then the asset itself, because the asset depends on the people. That's why the US and other major nations around the world are moving towards securing all of their money and assets with people. That's why they're doing it. Matter of fact, the US has been doing it since the 1950s. So that's the only rebuttal point I had in that. There's not enough gold, platinum, silver in the world. Now, soon there will be. Maybe in 50 years or 100 years, there will be. But then as the rate of inflation, the rate of productivity or GDP around the global GDP around the world, it'll never catch up with the demand. That's the problem.
Okay, shout outs to that. Yeah, man. Who else we got?
Yes. Well, that's something interesting, what BRICS trying to do, but as Strong and Wise said, it's virtually impossible for multiple reasons. I mean, if we know exactly how the banking system works by itself, it's virtually impossible to stray away from the dollar, because first of all, bank need secondary market, they need the stock market, and the largest stock market in the world is the United States. So therefore, the policy that's been implemented by the US government through different acts, it's virtually impossible to trade anything without using the US dollars. So therefore, all the main bank, UBS, Deutsche Bank, and so forth, they need the dollar in order to trade with stock exchange and so forth. So therefore, to be able to stray from the dollars is virtually impossible. Another thing, when sanctioned, let's look at what happened to all the rich Russian oligarch. The first thing the US did, froze the US asset, and that was it. Wherever it had the money at, it doesn't matter which country the money was held at. If it was in US dollar, that money was frozen, and they couldn't operate. What are they gonna keep in Russian ruble? Doesn't worth anything. which other currency? The euro tried, but the euro just follow whatever the US dictates. So therefore, I mean, it's virtually impossible to stray away from the dollar. So when people say it's a Ponzi scheme, I mean, whatever it is, but I don't see a country on earth that can actually get away from the dollar. It's impossible. It's impossible, you know.
Not even Russia.
No, it's impossible. BRICS can, I mean, they can trade among them, but at one point of time, they will need the US dollars. I mean, they can't get away with it. It's impossible. Impossible.
Yeah.
Yep.
The biggest opposition to BRICS itself is the people that participate in it. No one country is stable enough to establish or hold a whole global economy on its backside. Then let alone if any one of those decide to lose their rocker and go against the others for whatever reason, trade, because India and China soon will be fighting over, production of different products because countries are jumping from China over to India because of lower costs of labor. You know, you got Russia that's struggling. That's why they're really pushing into Ukraine. Ever since their decentralization of the USSR, they have lost a lot of their money. You know, so they're trying to recover some of that through recouping some of those countries they had to give up and that breakdown. So, you know, there's no one global economy, and you just went over this the other day, Obstacles, is all the different countries that were trying to participate in BRICS and what their total global economy added up to versus the United States. And that's one country. We're not fighting amongst ourselves to be stable. You know, you would have multiple countries involved in a BRICS dollar or bill, and all of them would always have to agree. There would have to be some kind of conglomerate meeting and whatever they wanted to put on an interest or whatever they're giving to the global economy, they would all have to agree upon it. You know, and of course, somebody's going to want a little bit of piece of the pie bigger than the others based on their contribution to the stabilization of the bill. There's so many different issues when you got multiple countries trying to involve themselves in the stabilization of one currency. You know what I mean? It's too many hands in the pot that's going to cause it to spoil. So, you know, it's always been something that they've hung over our heads. And most of the countries that are involved in BRICS were countries that have tariffs or some kind of angst against the United States for one reason or another. It's not business, you know, and at the end of the day, nobody needs to get involved in that. Now, you know, I blame a lot of social media and news agencies for blowing this up bigger than what it is. I mean, they just now, after 10 years of talking about BRICS, came out with an actual currency mock-up of what the global currency would be under BRICS. And you saw what that looked like. It had multiple flags on it. It was trying to coordinate what flag was next to it. I mean, it's a mess. You know, you can't even come up with a currency after 10 years. We're almost talking about Dr. Umar status. Again, that's a jab on Dr. Umar.
Hold on. Let me get angry now. No. Let me read these chats real quick. And he says, Major says, for example, if a country decides to introduce a tariff, it must also plan to end the tariff, and then that's a practical problem. And then Christ says, tariffs will only hurt the American people and send up inflation, which would send up Bitcoin. You still on Bitcoin, man? And a lot of policies, and this is coming from Major, and a lot of policies of government don't begin with the end in mind. And then that's how you get the bigger government, and that's not servicing the people as it originally was designed to. Guys, all right, anyways, Christ, gold isn't limited supply. I can always take a shovel and go to the forest and the stream and mine for gold. So what? So it's a scam. Yeah, you're a funny guy. Major says, for example, if Trump imposed a tariff on steel, then there must be an infrastructure to increase production of steel in the U.S. and then phase out the tariffs as production increases. Shout outs to you for that. I think that was a good comment. And then ducks dive, and then true. And this is why we have hyperinflation coming, and the simple fact that we got over the gold standard, government's gone wild with debt, and BRICS is in the way. Follows up with BRIC will support their currency in gold and other commodities like oil, agriculture. The dollar has been weaponized with sanctions, thus, and probably has something coming up. Christ says, the opposite is the truth. The U.S. needs China and Russia BRICS to buy the U.S. bonds. If they Using BRICS, the US dollar loses value, less demand, thus it collapses. And then Dux Jives says, thus BRICS had a chance to pull away from the dollar control. US just stole 300 USD or billion in the USD. Okay, that's interesting. Guys, listen, I'll tell you this, y'all guys don't know a damn thing about other countries. Y'all probably still be in America working at Subway. Look, these are the facts on the ground.
God damn, tell them how you really feel, Obstacles.
Yeah, I had to. Because we forget that I swear, y'all guys think that these guys are do-gooders, like they want world peace. And nowhere in their history have they proven that to you. They never have formulated organizations that actually enforce cohesive operation of all people in all world of the planet. I don't remember Russia coming around saving Americans and people in South America. They never did that. They don't prefer that. They're focused on themselves. I'm not saying they're bad people for it, but people are just self-interest, okay? And then, of course, just like China, just like Russia, those people care about China and they care about Russia. That's why most of their societies are very hegemonist. They worry about themselves and that's it. So you thinking that they're coming into some new fold where we all hold hands and we all share the dollar and we kiss each other on the cheek is far from the truth, all right? They hate us because they ain't us. Now, again, I'm not angry at them. I would be them too. I'd be a Chinese guy not liking the US dollar and then trying to, of course, say that the Chinese yuan is the next thing up and coming. So again, I want you guys to realize that because sometimes you guys been in America too long and don't understand that these nations have tariffs, they have restrictions and limitations, right? You come to their country, you can't buy land. You come to their country, you can't invest in their stock market. We have a free market in America, but they don't have a free market at their home base, all right? Now, again, that's their country, that's their right. So I'm not mad at it for the most part. But we got guns, tanks, ships, and all that other cool stuff. So at the end of the day, power is what's the important part. Power. And there's only about 3 people in the conversation. Russia, China, and who else? USA. Rest of the people are just figuring out where they can get in to fit in at the end of the day. And as me and RT was talking about, everybody else hasn't proven their ability to stabilize these new things that they're saying. We talked about that last time, RT, right? Where people invested in China, people pump money into China, but then China's like, hey, you know what? We can't give you any more debt. We're dealing with some financial problems at home. Then the countries are like, what? We went away from the West and went to East, and now you abandon us? And so net, that's going to be making people second guess. I don't know the answers, though. I'm not telling you I know how to govern 8.5 billion people and I got the economic future. But as the Strong said, there's going to be a lot of money in AI and robotics coming up. And we have a good lead in there right along with China trailing us. So if we double down and focus on what we can build and how each of us as individuals can give ourselves financial security, I think that would be good. Now, whether it's Bitcoin, I think it's stupid, but I'm not the oracle of life. I could be wrong, right? But net, let's focus on creating and innovating and pushing forward. And I think we all will agree on that, even though we might not agree with Trump's tariffs and this and that. I think we could agree on let's push forward. Now, let me know. Does everybody feel the same way?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yes, I just want to add one thing to what you said on that. The majority of the people.
Go ahead.
Of course. Obstacle. Listen, the majority of the people who are valued in any country in the world normally come from somewhere else.
True.
And get their residency status, their education status, they're opening up new businesses. The foreigners in any country in the world do better than its inhabitants, just about everywhere in the world, especially the United States. So the border policy you mentioned earlier, that we may like the border policy, but don't like tariffs. We have to like them both if they're going to work. Tariffs won't work without a good border policy where they actually let people in who are qualified and some who are not, who will go to school or their children will go to school and become Americans, and they will participate in the global, economy and in a domestic economy. That's all I wanted to say about that. Both work in tandem.
Yeah, that's fire. That was fire.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Wait, hold on. Who's that? Who's that speaking up right now?
Strictly Travel.
Oh, no, I don't like your response. No, I'm just kidding. Hold on, let me read the chats and then you got it strictly. Let me just read the chats real quick and you got it strictly because I'll be getting behind sometimes in the chats and then you can go. A major says, hey, I'm a shift manager and a sandwich artist. Shout outs to you over here. And clearly I'm qualified to advise on global economic policy. Facts. And then Ducks Dive says, well, why does the West hate Russia? And then also answer 300 years ago, Russia wanted their own pope. Shout outs to Russia. And Roman wasn't having it. Shout outs to Major. Major says trade in and out of the U.S. could be improved a lot with diplomatic relationships. It's a give and take. All right. Christ says U.S. weapons are useless against BRICS. Okay. Tell that to a nuke. And then America can't afford to print so much money to fight a war against these large nations. It would make the U.S. useless. India will come on our side. They ain't going to fight with no Russians. All right. Go ahead, Strictly.
Well, the strong and white was saying something interesting as far as people tend to do well outside the home country. Well, I agree, but here's the thing: who's the richest man in the United States? It's Elon Musk, right? Came from
the
where?
richest African American. Remember that.
Yeah. Came from South Africa, right? Who's the richest Russian? Is Russian. The richest Chinese is Chinese. The richest Indian is Indian. So the only place where you can come from elsewhere and achieve greatness so far, it has been pushed the United States. Look at Europe. I mean, if you look at the richest
man, you
European,
can't pull that out. Come on, stop.
if you look at the richest European,
Yeah, keep going,
legacy.
Strictly.
It's inherited. You know, they just don't come from out of anywhere. I mean, think about it, you know. So as much as people say the bad thing about the United States, me personally, I came to the US as an immigrant. I can attest that it's still the greatest place to be. I mean, doesn't matter what we might say, it's still a place where you can achieve greatness no matter what. I mean, elsewhere, it's not as easy unless you come with money. That's my take on it.
Who else got anything, man? Well, dang, we up here almost approaching 5 hours, so we're going to be ending in the next 20. But go ahead, y'all can keep going, and then afterwards I get the final.
Made a good point about that. But insofar as like the median income people go to different countries, and they normally arrive with their work ethic or their ability to talk or whatever they sell, and normally there's a foreign need for whatever they're providing. That's all I was saying. But he's right. More importantly, he is right, because the U.S. is where dreams are made to come true. They really are. And the American dream isn't for everybody. It just isn't. You know, some people say, yeah, in order to enjoy the American dream, you got to be asleep because it's a dream. You know, but then that doesn't apply to all people. The people who are indoctrinated in the United States to believe that they cannot make it, won't make it. It's just that simple. And so, you know, we can go there. But I wanted to just go back to one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Immigration having to do with tariffs.
Yeah, you against those immigrants. Go ahead.
No, I'm not against the immigrants. As a matter of fact, everybody's an immigrant.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
When I see the Make America Great Again hat, I think, okay, hold on a second. Ideology is very important. So I have to make sure my answers are applicable to that ideology, so we can at least, if we're going to combat, let's combat something that we both believe in. That's all. But I'm looking at immigration as something more of a reform issue than it is do you know how much it's going to cost to remove one person under an exodus that Trump proposed? It's going to cost $69,000 per person. Times 11 million people is $210 billion. Then the value of those people being vacuumed out of the United States is going to leave a huge void, a huge vacuum. And that value will come to about $7 trillion over a couple of years. In value, the U.S. will lose for deporting people, because we can't get Americans to do the jobs now that a lot of foreigners are doing, or even qualified to do. Most of our students in school, especially in the graduate and PhD programs, are from other countries, most of them in the U.S. right now. So with that influx of people or potential continual influx of people being denied entry and or curtailed in any kind of way, and then deportations on top of it, the United States will be in a free fall. 1929 will seem like a holiday compared to what's coming once we remove that part of the workforce. It'll affect agriculture. It will affect transportation. It will affect all kinds of industry. And BRICS, now that I mention it, BRICS saying they're going to use agriculture and oil or petroleum products. You cannot base an economy, at least benchmark an economy, based on perishables. You need hard assets to back an economy. Like oil is good, but you're going to spend that oil. When that oil reserve goes, so does the value of your bricks. Food is going to be okay until you start supplying the world and you start buying in bulk. And then when you deplete your reserves and you go and have a drought over several countries, it's going to devalue. So all of these things play together. So when you put a fine on one or a tariff on one and you extricate people on another one and you bring people in through another way, you're going to create a scenario, a tsunami, that perfect storm of chaos that U.S. will never recover from, not in your or my lifetime.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah. You know, that was a good point. And I'll say something, but I want to read these chats. Major says, Trump wrote The Art of Deal. Still not a bad book. And there's something to it. Trade should be a win-win. Shout out to you for that. And also Turbo says, pushing 37 trillion in debt and building 1 trillion debt load every 90 days. And then currently paying 1 trillion in interest annually. Face it, the currency is dead. And so will be a Bitcoin of the rest happening. Golden equals survivor, excuse me. Shout out to you. And then Christ, the richest man in the world is Shumin Nakanaka. That guy y'all don't know, the Bitcoin guy. Okay, got you. And the Bitcoin robbed many of a prosperous life. I think those people themselves. And then Major says, and thanks for the stream, guys. Great conversation and smart people. Eco Collapse by Sniper Trump 2024. Put it on the city. All right, cool. Now we got Major saying, holy 69,000. Are you in favor of amnesty? And for those who meet some criteria, how about the U.S. opening up to immigrants who want to stay and start a business? Shout outs to you. Sniper says, U.S. or us people can't survive off of corn syrup. LOL. Corn syrup. Christ, I'm an illegal immigrant in the U.S. Wait, what? You illegal what? Let's get this dude. Where this guy at, man? Where this guy? I'm going to get ice up on you. I will never pay tax, and I have a master's in economics. All I do every day is stats maybe. All illegals are stacking Bitcoin, and Trump making me rich. We coming after you, bro. And then Turbo says, no one is buying U.S. treasuries. Countries are unloading the dollar and the petrodollar, a.k.a., and Major's laughing. At the end of the day, when it comes to immigrants, look, I don't think they don't have to go home, but they got to get the hell up out of America.
Don't do it to him. Don't put the Stone Cold Steve Austin on him. Don't do it. Stone Cold Stunner.
Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. You know, Germany tried that. Germany tried that, and look what happened. Germany tried to reduce its population and eliminate certain segments of their population. They could not control it. It started out in 1933 and 32 as a decent effort to try to segregate the Jews, even though it was wrong to do. It started out in a peaceful manner. Then Hitler took power. Once he took power and he saw that it was inconceivable to remove 6 or 8 million people from Germany peacefully, he knew he had nowhere to send them. And once that revelation occurred, it started to cost Germany money that he wanted to build war machines with. So instead of spending that, what equivalent of $69,000 per person back then, maybe it was $2,000, but he decided instead of spending that money to relocate them, he just exterminate them. And that's what caused 85 million people to die during World War II. Was that we can't get rid of them legally or with our money and our might, we'll get rid of them by exterminating them. And that was, of course, not the right answer. That's what we're gonna do.
No. I get that, and I get that. What I'm mostly saying, for at least my position about the whole entire thing when it comes to immigration is,
that's the best question. What is the time frame in America when it was great? Can somebody tell me? When was it ever great?
Yesterday, today.
Really? Okay, then what is the again for? If it was yesterday or today, why is again the operative word? I'd love to know. Not one single human being since Trump walked down the escalators has ever been able to explain that one question. No one has ever been able to.
I don't like.
Answer.
Well, it kind of depends. It kind of depends. Like if you think about it, okay, let's say the '90s, where it depends on what you consider great. But you say the '90s, for example, you had the fall of the Soviet Union. You know, America became the only, for a brief time period, became the only superpower. You know, you had the tech, you had the creation of tech, the internet, which, you know, revolutionized the way we are doing things today. For those of you Bitcoin people, the '90s was like.
No, the '90s is definitely not our strongest period of time because we went through.
That's just one. That's just one point.
No. Let's be definitive. The hat says "Make America Great Again." So let's answer that question. Forget the '90s and the 1920s. I can talk to you from Abe Lincoln forward about the great times in America. But when was it ever great for what it stands? That republic. When?
When Obama got elected. When Obama got elected. That's what I said.
That was great for some black people and some.
You want to know?
No. It was good for Americans. It was good for Americans.
I'd like to chime in here on the de facto time. I think America was its greatest.
Okay, go ahead.
Its greatest. The way we reacted, the way we came together, we did what we needed to do. Is when they brought us into World War II by bombing Pearl Harbor in Hawaii, and how we all united, and they woke up a sleeping giant. I think that's when we first chimed in to be the de facto fuck around and find out.
The greatest country in the world. But when brothers, brothers came back from war.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
They put on a bus. When brothers came back from war,
that was okay. That was okay. Listen.
No, it was okay.
It was okay. No. The reason I'm saying no. Listen. Wait, hold on. Y'all not listening to me. Y'all not listening to why I'm saying that.
Other countries in fight war, bro, home and couldn't buy the same food in the same grocery store or eat at the same table. Think about it.
Wait, hold on. Okay. This is why I'm saying America is great, and I still believe even during that time it was great. After that, we created a thing called the EU and the NATO. Prior to that, Europeans were always fighting each other, hence World War I and World War II. Most Americans, both war, didn't want to be involved because they escaped Europe in order to avoid all that carnage that they had. Europeans fighting Europeans, as always.
Isolationism. But isolationism has never worked for any country in the history of the world.
Wait, hold on. But again, Americans didn't want to fight wars. So y'all always complaining about war being, warmongers. Most Americans weren't. They were like, hey, look, I'm off put the war. I don't want to fight no more wars. Now, what I would say is America has history like no other nation. All nations have history of discrimination, segregation, enslavement. Everybody has it. America's not special. But I tell you what makes America special out of all of them. Look how far we have come from it. Unlike other nations. You go to India, I call them India. You go to India, and today they still have discrimination against each other. They have a caste system. They have all types of systems where they discriminate and subjugate their own people. And it's enshrined into the way they do in their culture. They did themselves. It exists. It existed prior to colonialism. No, it did not. It goes back to Indian history. That is not British. You always want to blame the white man. It always existed. No, it existed. It existed prior. The caste system in India existed prior to colonial rule.
I know
so
that.
again,
I agree with you.
all nations did. Chinese people enslaved their own people.
Racism, when it came to the inability,
it's still a discrimination. It's still a subjugation. It's still oppression, my guy.
We need
you
to
act like you stop acting like you corner the market on racism.
Let's have a side debate. Let's have a side debate.
Wait,
let's have a side debate. 3 minutes up on the clock for each
had the
point.
issues. Let's
3
get
minutes
it.
on the clock for each point. Let's go.
Let's get it. Hold on. Let me bring it up. And I got to fix. You can go
then
first.
I think you need to plug up your phone or something because you got a
I
little
did
battery
too.
showing on your screen.
Yeah. I was just about to say that. I'm gonna give it to you strong. You got 2 minutes because 3 was kind of long. So I'm gonna do the 2, and then
Hold on, you
I'm
muted
gonna plug
yourself,
in my
brother.
phone.
You muted yourself.
No, I muted him because he kept
Okay.
talking. Hold on. Here we go. We got you on the board.
Matters.
Wait, hold on. Oh, you got it. Hold on. There you go. Get it.
Racism matters because the exchange of wealth that's prohibited people who are being racially viewed and or subjugated. It prevents people from participating in the transfer or the accumulation of wealth and education and status. That's why racism is very important in the United States. Just because you're doing okay and you're a very articulate, intelligent guy doesn't mean that the millions of Black people on their back are the reasons why you can sit here on this platform in this very day and have this conversation, or even vote for a guy who Trump, and to me, is a known racist and has been very clear about his racial views over the years. And only Black people he really know are the people who actually have money. You don't know any other Black people. You don't know them. You don't understand it, and it's okay. But the every exchange of wealth, from the land grab, and the term redlining came from Black people. The U.S. government sat down when they were giving land to everybody moving west. They sat down and they said, hey, let's not give any Black people any loans in any of these areas that's targeted in red. So they redlined all of the Black neighborhoods, Hispanic neighborhoods, and the lower income neighborhoods in America, and said they do not qualify for any of this money to expand west and get houses and ranches and property and mountains and views and lakes. Every major exchange from slavery to the day, Black people did not participate in. Period. So yes, racism matters, especially in America. And just to whitewash it like it never happened is an insult. It's an extreme insult because they're just brainwashing us to not try to take some of their wealth from them. Try to take some. Try to say, I want 10 generations of wealth from white people because you oppress Black people. It'll never happen. So why can't Black people do the inverse and say, give me my value for that time taken?
Okay. All right, good. We got anybody else who wanted to comment?
No, I thought this was between you and him, but go ahead.
No, I didn't want to make it. I'm pretty sure other people got an opinion too, so I don't want to make it between me and him.
I have a question.
I mean, he
Wait, hold on. Which one is that? Who's that?
Strictly
Who's speaking?
Strictly.
Which one?
I think that's Strictly. Is that you, Strictly?
All right.
Yeah, that's me.
All right, go ahead. You got it.
That's well, not sure if Trump is actually racist, or I would say maybe classist, I would say. Because I don't know if you know Massad Boulos, that's the Trump advisor to the Middle East. Which it's a guy born in Lebanon with the Nigerian citizenship, Lebanese, American, and French. And we look at Kash Patel, which is Indian. So I just wonder if it's more classism than racism, because Massad Boulos, which is his, actually that's his daughter, father-in-law, which is Lebanese and Nigerian, French, and American. So I just wonder if it's classism or racism. I'm not sure if Trump is racist. I'm not sure. I have my doubt when it comes to that. I don't know. I'm not sure about that part though. And I think when we talk about migration, I think that's what he said, is for good migration, between quotes. He wants qualified people to come through the regular channel rather than cross legally. So I'm not sure if it's really. I had my doubt when it comes to race. I wasn't sure about that. What do you think, Stronger Than Wise?
And that I think he has a very international.
Wait, hold on. Well, you gotta. Once Black people get talking about the races, they don't mind time and constructs anymore.
He asked Strong to chime in.
Was it a question?
Yeah,
did you ask him to? I couldn't hear that. Hold on.
Yeah, you did.
No, my question was because he has Kash Patel.
Wait, hold on. It's to who? To who?
To the strong and the wise.
Okay, what's your question? Go ahead.
Referring to Trump, because they said Trump is racist, but he has Kash Patel, which is Indian, as his, proposed FBI director. Then he has Massad Boulos, which is senior advisor for Middle Eastern Affairs, which is
What's
Lebanese.
What's the question now?
It's Lebanese, Nigerian, and so what I'm saying, those guys are not white between quotes. So I don't see if we should call it racism because those guys aren't Caucasian. So I don't think it's a race thing. I think it's more classist. That's what I just want. The question I had.
Okay, that's your statement. It sounds like a statement versus a question, but I hear what you're saying. All right, cool. Hold on. Let me do the chats real quick, and then I'll bring y'all back in. All right, so Law Doc says, well, I already read that one. Didn't I? C19? Yeah. Hold on. God dang it, I had it. God dang. Trump, man. Mess me up. Hold on. All right, here we go. I knew it was something different from this, but let's go here. Anyways, it was a miracle and once in a century encountered in life. Although many people dare not try or ignore it, I'm very busy today and I come in for a while and will come back later. This is WEIH. Shout out to you. And then Ducks Dive says, yes, unfortunately, discrimination is natural, not only with humans, but also with animal kingdom, birds, cats, dogs, lions discriminate. However, humans can overcome racism. Facts on the streets. Sniper says, and then Trump went bankrupt many times, and he's a proponent for slumlordship. Okay. And then Christ says Trump's permanently banned from NYC. None of his stupid immigration policies affect illegals in NYC. God bless NYC, the safe haven. And then RT says, I appreciate everyone joining the live chat and your input in the discussion. You are appreciated. Much respect. Everybody is. And then Ducks Dive, Trump is about money, period. And WE is back. And it says, I think most issues are not just discrimination, but a whole identification which inspires us to improve. But there are a lot of successful representatives amongst us, And I could have swore it was more on top. Yeah, let's get The Rock. He will be hidden of immigration. Shout outs to The Rock, right? And then Duck Dye said eugenics actually started in the U.S., but not by the Nazis. And Hitler got the idea of eugenics from exterminated American Indians, And then Moonshine Fuel says, okay, so if you don't have borders, you don't have a country. Facts. Okay, and I'm leaving America with all my Bitcoin. Not surprised about that, Christ. And then Major says, I am an immigrant from Canada. I run a small business here. So shout out to you for running your business. And I think this was the last one. And then Duck Dive says, it's money flow. Think World War II. All European money / gold came to the U.S. for the sake of safekeeping from the Nazis. History is repeating. The euro is breaking up. Thus, European money flowing back into the U.S. and wall. Shout outs to America all day. And I think that's everything. All right, let's get back to the discussion. What's next?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Strong. Because you were asking a question.
Strong. Right. The question was, is it classism or is it racism? I think it's a bit of both, but I think Trump has a very keen eye on international people. If you're international and you bring something to the table that tests his knowledge base and or his skill set, he will add you to his repertoire, his troupe. He just will. However, but if you're not a rich American and American Black, if you're not a rich American Black, you're not getting anywhere. You're just not going to do it. Now, Trump's not going to point you to anything. How many Black Americans that advocated Owens, Donald, and all these people were like the main cheerleaders for Trump the whole election cycle? And not one of them have pointed to anything thus far. Not one thing. But yet, all of the international people are right now. Now, that could change, yes. But if we were being considered as a culture to Trump, like other cultures are on equal standing and footing, then that would already have occurred, and it hasn't. And I could this time do something I always want to do in this set, is just yield my time.
No, it's all good. Thank you for yielding the time. Anybody else got something to add on it?
I mean, I could say a bit. Is there evidence that Trump is racist? Yes. Is there evidence that he's not racist? Yes. You got to remember when Trump has been sued in the past for discrimination. And he is quoted as saying, well, my father told me never, ever rent to African Americans. He's quoted as saying that. You know, he's also, but at the same time, um, you know, you see him around. You do see him around a certain class. You know, granted they are upper class African Americans, but you do see him around. You know, some of the elite African Americans. You also see, if you remember, black people have been arguing for criminal justice reform for like 20 years. Well, guess what? President Trump was the one that signed it into law. Criminal justice reform, something that black people have been arguing about for 20 years. You know, everybody remember in the 90s when Bill Clinton passed his crime bill back in the 90s, more and more black people went to jail. You know, and and we're talking like some of this stuff was petty drug offenses. Petty. You know, I'm not talking hard stuff. I'm talking about stuff like marijuana possession. Did some serious time. We all remember the crack epidemic, where crack and cocaine did really the same thing. Yet there was a stiffer penalty for crack than there was cocaine, even though the same thing. Why? The truth is because white people could afford the good stuff, and crack was designed for black people or lower income people. Now Trump passed he passed a law. No Democrat, not Clinton, not Obama, a black man passed criminal justice.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I will do this. Wait, hold on. Let me give myself the time. You feel me? I get unlimited time. Nah. So look, man. As far as my opinion about the whole thing is, let's go back. America was great. That's what we were talking about before we started to call people racist and all these other stuff. But black spaces, they always do that. Have conversations about race all day and every day. Never have conversations about the opportunities that's ahead of them. Kanye tried to help you guys one time by telling you to stop worried about so much of the past and focus on the future also. But you guys continue not to do that. No surprise. That's where you are. All nations, all people had racism. All nations, all groups of people still have it to this day. People are being annihilated in other countries. Oh, well, I don't care. I only care about America. Shows why you're ignorant and selfish. Everybody deals with it, all humans. You rather sit on the sidelines and wait for a utopia to come. I'd rather get stuff done. Slavery didn't mess people up because black people were performing after slavery. And my ancestors got me out of that situation. I'm not a slave. So I can go out here and compete. I can compete, and I do compete. And I find myself at the top 1% of the United States of America. Not because my skin's black, it's just because the opportunities that are available in America. America's for sale. There's opportunities that you can take. If you want to take a different mindset and believe you can't because you're black, then go ahead and have at it. White people in America, for the most part, are underperforming. Asian Americans are really enjoying a lot of their American dreams right now, right here in a real way. So again, America has the opportunity. You guys are living longer. You're not dealing with the lynching. You're not dealing with the Ku Klux Klan. You're dealing with massive different types of problems that you can solve and you can defeat on your own. If you take some accountability and take your own life in your own hands and have some goddamn empowerment in yourself. That's all you got to do, guys. I can't worry about all the black people. If all the black people want to believe that they ain't coming and they can never do it, then so be it. But for me, I'm going to go out there and perform every day. No man's going to defeat me. No man's going to annihilate me. I don't care what skin he is because I'm beating all of them, majority of them, at the end of the day. I rest.
But isn't that assuming that my point
Wait, hold on. I'll
comes
give
from
you
a
some
person?
time.
Yeah, thanks.
Go
Isn't
ahead.
that
You got
assuming
it.
that a person like myself, you're assuming that I harp on being black and that's why people like me don't make it. Is that what you're saying? I'm wondering. Because you're assuming that. But I've probably done more in my life than just about every black you've ever known and most whites you'll ever meet. But you don't know that. Because I champion black people is because I know my history. And I come from a family of civil rights activists. Dr. Joe Lowry was Dr. Martin Luther King's right hand. That was my uncle, married to my aunt, Evelyn Gibson Lowry. So I say these things. My family's been rooted in in all kinds of themes of protection of people and helping others. I'm also a former U.S. Army Green Beret. Most people can't say they've been that, or a U.S. Army Ranger, or been in 41 different wars on this planet, or have traveled to so many countries I can't even count them. A lot of people don't do that and maintain a perspective that there isn't a problem with the Black community. They're only holding themselves back. We've been taught to believe that for several hundred years, especially during Jim Crow and slavery. All I'm looking at is the only reason I like the phrase African American, the only reason I like it is because it denotes a sense of economic parity to the other cultures. Black people are probably the only subculture in the world that's widely known worldwide as Black and not African American. And I like the fact that we're called African Americans because that's our origin. But the American dream are for Americans. And if we happen to, some of us, which I do as well as you, participate in the American dream, that's okay. But there are many people who will never participate because of our history and what is done to people to prevent them from participating. And that's all I'm saying. So I champion those people. And I'm still a badass. And I still believe in the American dream without that assumption.
Yeah. No. Shout outs to you. And again, I think your statement just proves my point that there's opportunity.
Yeah.
There's opportunity for everybody. Everybody's got opportunity. Everybody's got a chance. Actually, you speaking about all your experiences and what you achieved is what I'm speaking about. That's why America's great.
I agree. But
and other nations don't have that. Wait, hold on. You see the time, right? You see the time, right?
What time? Oh, yeah. That only started when I came in. That only started when I came in. You know that, right?
Well, everybody's been using it. See, there goes another victim mindset. Everybody's been using it. I didn't imply it to you only. Everybody used it, right?
No, I know. I'm not looking at it being selfish. I'm just saying, you can pause it.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Please clarify.
I want to interject that statement. That's all.
You wanted to interject that it was used on you only?
No, I want to interject the statement that nothing about that prior to that statement when we were ending it, and you were talking about that just by my experiences that I am participating in the American dream. I just want to add it to it that it took something extraordinary like yourself and me to achieve that based on our African American culture in the United States and how we're treated and how there's no longer slavery, but there's prison slavery. How there's no longer economic slavery, but there's the lower wages jobs along with the lower education systems and the lower value of real estate in the United States for people of color and the transfer of wealth and the amount of wealth. Has nothing. There's some poor, white, ignorant people in the United States that got 10 times our wealth. So it's not about how much education you have or don't have or anything. It's what's due.
Yeah, but again, that's what happens when you lose wars. Like you're no different than any other group on the planet that lost wars, and wars are a part of humans' life.
But we didn't lose a war.
I'm just telling people,
we were abducted from a motherland.
Yeah, and that's a war you lost based in Africa. So you lost the war, and it was Africans who sold you.
The United States, and they could have let us
go.
But
that's everybody. That's everybody. You're nothing new on the block. Native Americans got their story, and then the next people got their story. Everybody's got a story. What I'm saying is, we're here in 2024, and you're telling me about a story of your ancestors, why you can't X, Y, and Z. I believe if the ancestors was alive, they'll slap most people silly. Wait, hold on, let me finish. I think that if the ancestors was alive, they'll slap most people silly and be like, boy, you got all this opportunity, things we couldn't even imagine in our time, and things we pushed to open up the door to make it more easier. And you're talking about some mental slavery from the past? Imagine what somebody was going through who was actually enslaved. Like, and then match that up with the struggles that they went through. Now you here in the future and not dealing with the same type of issues, and then saying, well, hey man, I've kept back because I think about what you went through. Like, that's insane. So go out here and perform.
Ask a white person about their heritage, and they'll tell you all about it.
And they'll cry too. And that's why they're going to get mopped up too. So people get mopped up all the time.
The heritage that they hold on to, brother. Trust me.
Well, you need to stop holding on to it. And at least in that way. Because I'm taking my history and I take a different type of spin with it. I don't cry about it. I actually look at it and be like, dang, they went through all that, and look at me. I'm sitting up here with the internet in my hand, a smartphone.
It's not about you. It's about us.
It's about me saying us who?
Listen, I can't change
with the covenant. I'm not with people just because skin color. I'm with people of the same mentality that want to do good. I'm not just with people because their skin color is like X, Y, and Z. There was white people who helped out too, right? It wasn't only blacks. White people helped out. White people sacrificed and got deleted and went to war. What about them?
My beliefs are rooted there. My belief's not, I'm not guessing what I'm saying. I'm telling you what factually happened.
But what about the
How it
other people
affected our people
who sacrificed?
sociologically, financially.
You just want to hear yourself talk. I think most issues are not just
It's your
discrimination,
platform.
but
I mean, hold
on. It's all right. It's all right. We just disagree. It's all right.
That's rude.
Identification, which inspires us to improve, but there's a lot of successful representatives amongst us. Wait, hold on. All right, here we go. I mean, each ethnicity contributes doubtlessly, and as long as you know how to integrate and stimulate a potential and strength that deal with conflicts to form the greatest serenity. Shout outs to you. And then Christ says, I am the top 1% of the richest people in America. I am black, illegal immigrant. God bless in America. Shout outs to the empire. All right, so Sniper says, preach, king. Shout outs to you. And Strictly Travel says, whoa, this guy, Toppy, billionaire CEO, founder of Calendarly, that's a good application, estimated worth of 1.4 as of 2024. Forbes has described him as one of the wealthiest immigrants and one of the richest blacks in tech. Shout out to that brother. NWEI says, we deal with personal puzzles every day, and national leaders need to deal with bigger puzzles. It is not easy. Hope new leaders will do amazing things. Very wise to set up an efficiency department. And then he says, entrepreneur, Strictly Travel. Bitcoin says, what is Bitcoin? Which is funny. And then Christ says, anyone in America can get rich just by buying stocks, crypto, and Bitcoin, besides Bitcoin. Nah, I'm just kidding. And for a long time. And then which of those black Americans in the hood and poor whites realize that's so sad for them. And then Bitcoin follows up with, says, life is good, baby. And I agree. So that's the time that America was great, but we can have a disagreement on this panel. That's completely fine.
May I read just a quick quote, real fast quote, really
because
quickly?
it's you. No. I don't like when you read quotes. Nah, go ahead. You got it.
All right, so I just want to read a quote from 1905 from The Life of Reason by George Santayana. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
100%.
Got you. Negative. Don't agree. Just because it's a quote, don't make it real. All right. So, Digital Nomad, you got anything? Strictly Travel?
No, I was just stating this Nigerian guy, Tope, or whatever his last name is.
Yeah.
That, Software Tech did $1.4 billion, $3 billion company. And I can tell if it was not in the United States, we would have just be sitting in Nigeria doing nothing. So I'm assuming there's still a lot of opportunity, because lots of, I haven't seen this phenomenon anywhere, even in maybe the UK, but beside that, elsewhere, I don't see, the US is still a one of a kind, when it comes to opportunities, I think.
Shout outs. Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate it. And then we'll do this, man. We'll do last comments right now. We've been out here for 5 hours on these YouTube streets. So net, all right, Strictly. Well, I'll come back to you. Maybe if you want to have a closing statement that's different. If you don't, then just let me know now.
Who?
Closing statement?
Strictly. Yeah, closing statement.
Well, like I said, it was a great live. Great conversation with fiat and Bitcoin, and then I will close my statement by saying that I'm still a strong believer that the U.S. will still remain a lot of opportunities, and when it comes to immigrants, so stopping the flux of immigrant will be detrimental. That's my take on it. Okay.
Nah, shout out to you. I greatly appreciate your contribution, man. Everybody up here speaking their piece is important for the channel and just the future period. So shout outs to you for being a contributor to it. Digital Nomad.
You.
All right, he's probably doing something with the yob. Shout outs to Darnell. Darnell.
Yeah, great live. We covered a lot today. Started on Bitcoin, went to tariffs, we went to a lot. So lots to unpack here, but definitely I just want to say one thing from earlier. Like I said, I'm not necessarily a Bitcoin hater or anything like that. Do I admit that? Do I understand everything about Bitcoin? Hell no. I certainly don't. To me, there is a lot of fugazi in it. You can see clearly that there are scams, things that aren't regulated. It's real easy to lose money in things that aren't regulated. I mean, there's a lot of history and documentation on that. So it's just one of those things. I don't want to discourage anyone from crypto, but just don't bet the farm. Don't put everything in crypto, and just assume it can't go down. Remember, and I read in a very important quote, those that fail to remember the past are doomed to repeat it. Remember, these things have happened. There have been bubbles for hundreds of years. Okay. People said the stock market couldn't go down in the 20s. Look what happened. People said, "Oh, put your money in tech in the 90s. Put your money in tech. It can't go down." Look what happened. Put your money in real estate back in 07, 08. Put your money in 06, 07. Put your money in real estate. Look what happened. So again, don't just be one-dimensional. Keep your head on the swivel. Diversify. Always stay diversified. Compartmentalize. And as far as tariffs, I'm still against obstacles on tariffs. I'm pro free trade. So I just want to throw that little zinger there. But I'm pro free trade. And thank you of course, thank you for having me. Wonderful conversation.
Thank you for always coming and contributing. I really appreciate it. And pause on the back of that because that kind of sounded crazy. So much appreciated, man, for real. RT, what you got?
Hey,
the
man,
big
this
homie.
has been one of the most liveliest conversations we had in a minute. I appreciate all the brothers that came up to contribute in the conversation, and we all had our pieces to bear. And I think overall we had a great conversation. Sometimes Discord is great as long as we do it in a professional and healthy manner. I know this brother well, and he has the greatest of intentions for our people, period. So salute to you, the strong and the wise. And I know all the programs that you participate in as well, mental health for the veterans and everything like that. So I definitely support, a lot of the things you do. And hopefully the people that are listening have gained some knowledge and just a bit, because we want you to go out and get the rest of it on your own. We want you to go out and read. We want you to go out and seek that knowledge for yourself and become confident in what you do with your investments, because it is your money. You are going to be risking it. It is a gamble. Nothing is assured in life besides death and taxes. And unfortunately, so at the end of the day, there are risks to everything we talked about tonight. So if you can't get it on your own, seek professional guidance and help through either a financial planner, and a mortgage broker, or whoever, or a stockbroker or whatever. So I'm going to leave it like that. And hopefully everybody else has a blessed evening. And that's it for me.
Yeah, big RT, man. I greatly appreciate it. RT is always up here representing, and he got the killer thumbnails. So I'm going to bring him back up here so he could probably show you what he was cooking up in the back. I know he was cooking up something. Digital Nomad, what you got? Is he there? All right, Digital Nomad. He's sleeping. He fell asleep. That's what really happened. So, all right, cool. I left you for last, the strong and the wise, because a lot of times in these podcasts, people just talk past each other, right? Or people just don't have one-on-one conversations, right? Somebody's trying to be like, and then they start muscling up and going back and forth. So maybe we were talking past each other, or maybe we just agree to disagree, which is also cool for me. But I want to just talk to you on a one-on-one basis about what the point you were trying to make without all the static, and maybe we can just arrive at a different place, or maybe just the same, but net still with respect.
Listen, I actually
so go ahead.
like you. I think your platform is amazing. I think what you do and how you do it is amazing. But I think there's, from my objective view of you, your
go
platform,
ahead.
what you stand for, I think that you're in phase 2. See, a lot of us are not ready for phase 2. They got to get to phase 1 first and complete it. They have to get the knowledge base. They have to be aware of what's out there. They have to understand what their conditions are and how to ameliorate or make better those conditions. That's probably what I do in a lot of my work. So perhaps it takes people like both of us. You're a radical at what you do, whether you stand for Trump or Biden or the devil or the God. It doesn't matter. You're a radical at what you do, and that should be appreciated. And what you've accumulated here and developed is amazing. I actually like it. I hope you invite me back. But I want to say we have differences of opinion. Your personality is awesome. Your knowledge base is wide. Your people, your audience, they dig you. That's hard to buy. You did that. So I have to applaud you and give you extreme laudatory commendation. So I don't see myself as your antagonist. I really don't. But I do see myself as kind of a yang over here sometimes when you're yinging. That's all. Because we're both saying the same thing. We want to see black people, white people, everybody do better. But to get where you are, there's a level of preparation you went through to get there. I saw the sniper weapon in your boy Ronin's office. So there's something he had to do to become proficient in that. And I'm very familiar with just about every kind of weapons, even though I'm a demolitions expert, that I'm very familiar with weapons. But I can appreciate what he went through, that preparation to become that kind of person, to have it trophied on the background. And you're the trophy itself that represent Black people for what comes next. I think I'm the trophy for what represent Black people for what they need to prepare themselves for so they can get to what comes next. And I think that's the disconnect in our culture. I'm not against you, brother. If I don't agree with you, I don't agree with you. But it's not because I don't like you. I'm invited to these things all the time. Mostly Strix and Mike. There's another podcast, blah, 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 blah. And I'm okay with that. I've not enjoyed one. Ask your boy who was here earlier. We've been on podcasts together. He'll tell you, Dollar, or I forgot his name, but he's a real cool guy. Daller, I think his name was, or something like that. But anyway, he'll tell you that we've had some of the most spirited discussions because I don't just look at things linear. I like complex issues and I like to think in context. The contextualization of your conversation is deep. But what Trump is doing, and I've had my personal dealings with Trump.
Okay.
So
yeah, me too. I met them, man. Yeah.
Exactly. So we know stuff that a lot of people don't know and will probably never know about Trump, especially at his status now in the world. You just probably won't see him again anytime soon. So what you're doing, brother, I applaud you. If you want to invite me back, I'd love to. I'll just leave
Of course.
Here's my email address.
You put it in the private chat, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
There's my email address and my name. Just go ahead, call me anytime. I speak on 5,000 different issues all the time.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I think I really wanted this section and at least the back end of it because people just love to have that East Coast, West Coast beef. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I mostly understand that there's 8 billion people. There's no way we all agree on anything. And so it really doesn't matter if we have these disagreements. It's about our discourse when we have disagreements. And
I see you. I really, really see you. And it's fun. I wrote an article on LinkedIn about Blacks in Trump America. I don't know if you read it. You've probably been skimming on me.
No, but
on
I'll check
LinkedIn.
it.
And check me out on LinkedIn. You'll see that I wrote an article on it. And I wasn't blaming brothers for anything. I'm just worried about brothers being blamed for everything. That's all. And so if you look at it in that vein, that's what I'm trying to protect. And
okay, I got you.
Our nation isn't perfect. And there's a lot of opportunity. And I've been very opportunistic in my life and very productive. I've done more things than most people have done before 9 o'clock in the morning. I do it before 9 o'clock that most people do all day. And I've lived that. And it seems that you have as well. So being in the top 1% myself, as well as you, I'll say this to you. I'll say this to you. There are other ways of getting there. And there's a larger swath of us who's not prepared to get there. Not prepared. Yeah. It's not because they don't want to be there. If you don't know the opportunity exists, how is it an opportunity? How is it an opportunity if you don't know it exists as a culture? And I'm not whining about anything. I never whine. As a matter of fact, I just take it and keep going. But, let me be the one to say, I got this brother who's doing some 1% of stuff you should be doing, but let me prepare you first before I send you to him. That's what I should be able to say. That's
Yeah,
what
I got
think
you.
that's what we all should be saying. So,
Yeah, no, I
and
got
white
you.
people need the same thing too. It took somebody to help them get to where they are so they can be in the 1%.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody needs the same thing, but
But
I think more importantly in our community, we do
I
need
think
it.
I would say any community, but yes, even if you want to say that, you know, specifically the Black community, this is what I'm attempting to tell people in the new age in 2020 and beyond, but even in the 2000s, since the age of information, most people assume that someone gave me something somewhere. No, I just really search for it. And that's just because of the information age, right? If we look into the past, yes, it's definitely who you know, not what you know. And
Absolutely.
now today, there's too many people, especially YouTube was never an entertainment device for me. It was only a university for me. So while people were really going to go to the actual physical university or college, I went to YouTube University. And that's where I learned about real estate. That's where I learned about the stock market. And then that was the how I knew somebody. But I really didn't know those people personally. But it
Feeding
was
frenzy, brother.
me,
You on a
my
feeding
desire to find the opportunities, my desire to get out of the drudgery and the toxicity. And so I had to go find it. Nobody came along my history and just gave it to me because, you know, you're mostly associated probably with people that fulfill your current lifestyle. So you had to go out and seek those friends. I had to lose friends that were close to me in order to go to this path. So it was a long path, but I'm just trying to highlight to people, it's mostly on them. And
Can I
if
give you a compliment though?
go ahead.
Here's a compliment. You are not the rule. You are the exception to the rule. Most people are not the exception to the rule, is my point. And I like to bring them up. Yeah, I like to bring them up.
I get that.
And that
I get
was my
that.
whole thing behind that.
But I always thought, from my perspective, talking about the exception to the rule, like people like to use that for me. And they'll say, look, you're the exception to the rule because I'm successful even though I had a single mother. And this is where I started to write a book called Striving Without a Father. Because what happens is the airways is populated with so much content to fulfill a mindset that, you know what, you are the rule and you will lose. Why? Because you came from a single mother and you don't have the opportunity like a two-parent household. Now, yes, there's some truth to it, but I think a lot of it also is that people are always told that. I was told that, and it was hard for me to combat against people who look like me, people who love me, people who were connected to me, to always tell me I was going to lose because I came from a single mother. And so I knew that that was more propaganda that was pushed on to me, and that did not designate whether I was going to be successsul or not, especially again, with the age of information. And then again, I always add this with the age of information. If I go back to the 1800s, I wouldn't push this on people so much because they couldn't just open up a flip phone and just do all this types of sorts of information that we can get access to now today. So I would allow a lot of people born in 1950s, you know, like, no. But when we're talking about the 2000s now, after the age of information, I can get access to it.
I mean, there's no excuse. There's no excuse for not to.
There's a lot of reasons still not to.
No, you're right.
But
listen, you're both right. I agree with you more than you'll ever know. I just want to impress upon you one thing, that in the 2000s or the 1990s, when that was the greatest time, the guy said, that was funny. But when he said that, in the 90s, I went to a college graduation, a Spelman College graduation in Atlanta, to one of my friend's daughter graduated. And at the end of the graduation, she came up to me and she spoke pure Ebonics. And
okay, I see. Yeah.
How you be? This is how I was being talked to by Spelman, a historically Black, university.
Yeah. It's a good university.
Great. And so when I got that reference and I stopped the young lady and I said, listen, one of the things that we need to be able to do as a culture, not that I'm correcting your grammar or your speech process, but I would like to say that the vernacular that you're speaking won't work around the world. So what you really need to do is learn to articulate. And one of the things you did by going to YouTube University and all these other places is evident. You articulated an issue that was unbeknownst to most people. Hell, I don't even know YouTube that well today. So, and all of the different contents that are available. But I get my education in other places. We're both saying the same things. We're just at different stages. I'm probably much older than you are. Probably. I like to think I'm
probably
younger.
You're still looking young. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, my prophetic advice to anybody is, of course, not only know you, but know from where you came. Appreciate that so you don't repeat the atrocities of the past. It has happened, like your boy said, which I really like the Ronin. Was it Ronin that said, or was it Drew? One of the two.
I think it was Darnell talked about the
Darnell.
past.
Darnell, that's the guy who
Darnell.
I've been on the panel with. Darnell. Yeah, Darnell.
Okay, got you. Yeah, Darnell brought up the quote.
Yeah, before. And he's right. And if you just check what exact thing, the exact words that Trump used come from Hitler's manifesto, Mein Kampf, which I've read. It's not something I'm guessing. If you just read the English translation, the Make America Great. You know where that came from? That slogan?
Don't take my word. Said it.
Say again?
I said a lot of nations said it. Greece said it.
No.
Roman Empire said it.
Coined. Well, Make America was coined at the 1924 T-Dome rally with the KKK. And then later in 1939, with the KKK at the Madison Square Garden, it was further used. Don't take my word for it. Make America Great Again. That's when it was first used. Then Hitler picked it up from the Americans and applied it to make Germany great again. And that's how populist movement began with that. That's not to say that that's the same thing that's going to happen and that's the outcome. But if I'm going to wear something like my Special Forces patch, I want to know what the three, bolts of lightning means, air, land, and sea. I want to know what the dagger means. I want to know what the Indian arrowhead shape means. I want to know what it means and why it means something to me and why I should be wearing it and advocate for it. Not that you don't know. That's not my point. My point is that if it has a new connotation, a new meaning today, then let's see what it is. But we can't forget our history. We can't forget our history and how that very phrase has been used literally. And this is not any exaggeration. It was used to kill 85 million people. That phrase, not with the American.
Make America great again?
Make Germany great again. They took from the 1924
again, and that was not Americans. But no.
What I'm trying
I want to point that out. Is how the world was.
Says that people can get behind it and agree with it because
in the Japanese, and you can't forget the Japanese.
Of course.
So this is why I'm saying people are funny because they're going to Asia, acting like Asia things, and Asia was having wines with the Nazis. So again, the whole world has been bugging historically. And I'm pretty sure there's been massive amounts of, and I've done the research. Dr. Amos Wilson is my favorite out of everybody because I think he talks about power versus people just talking about history. But for the most part,
what is power to you?
I understand.
Can I get your definition of power to you? When you hear
Dr.
the word
Amos
power,
Wilson, I definitely would go with him. The ability to make people do what you want them to do. Power.
Exactly. Open your mouth and say something and it gets done. That's not how much money you have, not who you know, not what you know. It's the ability to open your mouth and say something, and that thing occurs. To me, that's power. And I think a brother like you have a lot of, I really do. And I just would suggest that, I think you need, and just my suggestion. I think
go ahead. I'm not lighthearted. Go ahead.
Refer back to your history just a little bit, because a voice like yours, obstacles to opportunities, that phrase by itself denotes a sense of we're not a monolith as a people. We all have our different ways of thinking and doing things. And that is a very powerful title that you have, obstacles to opportunities. People there are 90-year-old men dying on their deathbed today who will never understand what you wrote there, will never understand it or get it. They just won't. That's why it takes guys like me and you to educate the masses, especially our own, so that means something to them and they can inspire to achieve that. That's all I was trying to say during our conversation.
And I would offer this one. It's just an interesting thing. So I did hear you about the history, and I get what you're saying. And what I would offer to you is I don't have any critique of what you're doing, because this is the difference. I understand that you're going to come at it at a different angle, addressing different type of characters and different type of audience and demographics with your message. And then maybe people even argue, maybe the broader demographic because of the way your messaging is. I'm fine with that. I also understand that my message is specifically tailored to a possible smaller audience because of how I deliver it, my tonality, and the way I go about it. I'm completely fine with that because I believe we're all needed. And then again, all voices pushing in entirely different directions is also good. So I don't think much of what you say and say, hey, brother, I think you might need to know your history a little bit. No. I think you know your history. You just have a different perspective of solving a solution. And none of us are God, and we don't have the solution in our hand. So we're all working at it in our best way.
I apologize if I insulted you this way. It was not my intent.
No, not an insult. I just think it's an observation that
big
most people don't
guy.
get that part.
I disagree with that. I think you're a much bigger audience
No.
guy.
But
I don't even know how many
people
people
speculate. Not much, but people always speculate like, man, if you talk like that, you can't get rich most people. And it's like, it's okay because you're reaching most people with that message. Again, masses come in different messages and smaller niches do different things for the society. So I think it's all beneficial. And this is why I say, for the most time, I always say when I see another brother or I see another person doing something, I say, keep doing what you're doing. It's better than doing nothing because there's a lot of people not moving at all. And I never will target the people who are moving. It's kind of like, it's almost, if I was inhabited of Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, I believe I would have had the actual diplomacy to pull them two together versus going after each other.
That's what should have happened. Now we're talking. Yeah. That is exactly both of those, the convergence of those two ideologies and efforts at the same time would have been a whole nother kind of world today.
But you fall in love with what you're doing and you think it's right. I'm not even saying it's ego or anything. And then this is where you get misguided a little bit. And this is where I learned from the lessons of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King is to say, even a brother like you who would have it and be like, I wouldn't phrase it like that. Bro, you do you and I'm going to do me. And we're both going to get this done. We're speaking. It's a complex thing. You get me?
Okay. I like to have you on my show, The Strong and the Wise.
Yeah, let's do it. I sent you a test email right now. Just already did it. So you have it in your email. All right.
Brother. I really appreciate it. I was like, I hope this don't go off the rails because I really want to get to know this brother.
Good. We good.
All right, brother.
Nah, you
good.
got maybe another channel.
Audience, an amazing audience, great questions.
Shout out to you. It's mostly RØDE's audience. Shout outs to RØDE, man. So I'll end it up. I'm going to read off everybody in the chat. I still got people in the back, but we're just going to close it out and then we'll wrap in the back. Shout outs to Keith Young. Keith Young, nowhere in the world have you seen that country slaves become millionaires and billionaires but USA. Shout outs to the empire. Shout outs to you. And then Christ says, America is the best country in the world. You don't need papers to be an American. Being American is having a particular mindset. Great show. Exactly. I agree with that one. And then not having papers. Concrete says anyone claiming that Bitcoin is a scam is lacking understanding. I don't know. You need to talk to that guy. That's what he said. Strictly travel. Bitcoin isn't a gamble. Then Bitcoin says life is a gamble. Shout outs to you. And Concrete says, no, it's not a gamble. Bitcoin has a capped supply of 2 million coins, creating scarcity. And this mathematical limitation gives Bitcoin a predictable economic model, unlike the randomness of gambling outcomes. Nice. Concrete also follows it up by over time, Bitcoin has shown significant growth, becoming widely adopted by businesses and even some governments. Bitcoin's value is driven by market supply and demand, institutional adoption, and macroeconomic factors, not by chance or randomness. Concrete, you should have been here earlier. Instead of saying, see, Christ, that's how you say something without saying, you guys just don't get it. He just articulated this point. AI Bot says, Diamond Hand Maxi. Shout out to Concrete. I'm literally up 7,600 since I've been buying. And we're up 23,000%, but I get you. Strictly Travel. What's your channel? As I'm watching for it. RT. He's talking to Ronin. Ronin travels, man. You didn't know? Now you know. Come on. And then the problems. WEI says, and then problems keep popping up like bubbles. As long as you are smart enough, you can handle the swimming pool and fishing pond. Of course. RT, can you do me a favor? Put your channel in the back chat so I can put it up here in my chat. And then global problems are more difficult to handle. Concrete follows up. Nothing like this on the planet. I'm still planning to buying on the dips. Shout outs to buying on dips. WEI says, I hope each of us can grasp various wealth opportunities. Thank you for quoting Bitcoin to inspire us. And then Mega, what's your channel name? Obstacles to Opportunity. And then we got Christian Must List again. It says Trump is a black man stuck in a white shell. And then don't Trump the black. That's funny. And America is red, blue, not black and white. We're all slaves, or we're slaves. A race is an illusion. Trump is king. Shout outs to the king, God. Now, WEI says to deal with partial puzzles or problems every day and deal with global and overall problems over the course of a year. And then Christ says, I'm black on the outside, but white on the inside. That's pretty funny. And then Ronin says, salute to Strictly Travel. Always appreciate you stopping in with us. Always. Exactly. Greatly appreciated. Fork You Eddie says, I'm white, but I have really good friends that are black, and we all need to work together. Facts, I agree. And America is one of the best examples of it up to this point. WEI says, even the creator has left many planets idle. Only rare planets have miracles, the earth, and then good things take time. Shout outs to us. And then white people are also slaves too. Stop identifying with black people with slaves. And then there are many black people and that were never slaves. Identify with those and you are free. Shout outs to that. Yeah, right? We don't corner the market on slavery. That is true. All right, so where we at? I'm almost done. Here we go. And shout outs to the people who put down the chats. Bitcoin did not reach its current price in a short period of time, and it tested many people. Followed by Christ, that's black people were always living in America. Shout outs to the Moors. And then they mixed with the whites to produce Latinos. Yeah, the Moors was winning. And then blacks never came from Africa, were always here. Shout outs. That's a different perspective that people mostly don't hear. Fork you, Eddie. 2 years ago, Bitcoin was 15K. Christ, that's you will always be a slave if your construct of self comes from a place of slavery. Not all black people were slaves in America. The Mormons were always free, never enslaved. Don't identify with black people who were slaves. They are stupid. Identify with Mormons and Moors who were always fighting for their lands. Black people identifying with slaveries are useless. The only color that matters in America is greenback. Look around. Whites are always slaves also. And then there are so many poor white people in America, it's not funny. Middle America, right? I am black and I don't identify with black people who were slaves. My ancestors are Mormons. Okay, we're never slaves and we were never came off the ship from Africa. And we were always here in America. Shout outs to you. Thumbnail done. Check your email. I'm pretty sure that's going to be crazy. And then, however, this is WEI says, however, and we will encounter many problems in our life, but due to the limitation of energy and the total number of cubes interface, each person is always limited. Followed by the YouTube channel of Ronin Travels. And the last one, WEI says, sounds way. Oh, way. Sounds way. And I wish you sound my name. That way, best broadcast. Okay. Shout outs, way. There you go. Got you. In the future. Lockdown, appreciate everybody who was in the comment section and supported the channel today. Greatly appreciated. And most of the guys who talk nonsense, they're not out here in the field. Now, Strong and the Wise, he's out here in the battlefield. We are in the battlefield. And if you're here today, you're out here in the battlefield. And that's what matters the most. Get in the field and do the best you can. And salutes to you. I might not agree with what you're doing, but who cares? Who said I know what I need to know? And I might not have the answers for everything. So you got it. Keep doing you. Get in the field and make something happen, Captain. Been in the field, been in the field, been in the jam, been in the band, been in the cage, been in the cage, been in the frame, been in the game, been in the fame. You ain't in the field, you ain't with the deals, you ain't talking shit, you ain't. You ain't with the teams, you ain't with the Marines, you ain't in the candy greens, you ain't with the rifle sling, you ain't died for the stars and stripes. Put your heart on life, put your shit on God, put your shit on land. You understand, made it back from Afghanistan, made it in the jam, made these niggas spraying, make the niggas get in the jam, make them sweat, better pay me respect, pay up on the chest, got the medals on the lane, got the medals on the uniform, I'm a rare unicorn. I've been going James Bond, Genghis Khan, word is born. I ain't playing no games, the first name is fucking Sean. In the early morn, ain't up till just the dawn. Get it sparking, you ain't really fucking with me. I get a G, I keep the G. I'm top G, before the fucking grades. I ain't with the fakes, I ain't with the packers, I ain't with the swaggers, I ain't with the hate. I ain't here to play no game, kicking passes, taking names, only making pains to pay, only getting money, I'ma make the conditions. Nurture or nature. It's nature plus a little nurture. Your mama didn't know. The school system didn't show. You decide. Damn the school system. I decided to take control of my life. Damn the financial illiterate mother that I had. I decided to take control of my life. Damn my father dying when I was young. I decided to control my life. Damn the crack dealer stepfather that I had that used to beat me until the blood poured off my back like I was on Amistad. Damn him. I decide where I'm going to end up. Nobody else. No stepfather, no hood, no trailer park. I decide where I'm going to go. Nature. I go to war with nature and I win.